please.
Wo prétend yok de yok da heji tukashela hena tayan echung un chipelo tukashela na isam phale cha ke masaska agli o tie cha ke hena na imung la kopta heji tukashela hena ija wa blezen wo kakhne ke baste unichela elo tukashela na kele apet kele tono hiu kele apet ke tukashela wo ke na we chose ane waste unichela pelo tukashela Nalea Peter Kalena, Osha Chachicello, Namiche Homo, or Mitakuasi.
We have a request to be excused today. We have some from yesterday. We had Raymond Pro Eagle, he's on travel. We have Sheer Wright, she's on travel. Bill Marsh will need to be excused from yesterday. Lisa White Pipe, excused from yesterday. Jordan Ron needs to be excused from yesterday and today. Lila Kildensight from yesterday and today. Martha Blue Thunder from yesterday and today. Dara Ayat from yesterday and today. And Michelle Hollenhorn Bear needed to be excused from yesterday. Is there any other excuses that need to be, or anybody's leaving early? We have TLE shareholders meeting at 5:30, so we have to get is it at 5:30 or 6? 5:30. 5:30. So we need to be done by at least decent time today. So, Emily, go ahead.
We need to leave about 3:30 or 4 for a TLE meeting prior to that meeting.
Okay. 3:30. Anybody else that needs to leave? We need to know if we're going to keep a quorum or not. So, motion to approve Fremont, second by Lisa. Question? Dan, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried.
I just had a question. Was Lila on that excuse list?
Yes, she was. She was on there. So she was excused for both days. So I didn't get any word from Kathy, so I'm not sure what her. I didn't want to mention her name. I'm sure she wanted to be excused, but I don't know if she was at Sundance or where she was at.
Add her. I know she was a dancer.
So let's add Kathy to that excuse list. So approval excuses. Is there anything else as far as went on today? We have our agenda approval. It's supposed to have been a regular agenda for casino, gaming, and Redco, RST Chungu Co. We also have add-ons for SGU. We had nursing home that wanted to come and do a presentation. I'm not sure if they're going to show up today. Then we had an honoring for Ethan Watson. He's a state champion shot putter from White River. I don't know if they're all going to show up or not, but we'll try to get through the agenda. Go ahead, Lisa.
Good morning, administration and council. Sorry for my tardiness, but if we have time, could we have Jim come down from ARPA and explain the petition resolution that was going around, because that's appropriating some of our clothing order money?
Yeah, I tried to follow up on that whole resolution as far as the clothing orders, the homes that we supposed to buy from that. I can't remember the company's name, but those homes from Minnesota that we're going to purchase, and they all came out of that resolution. So I was just trying to follow up on it as far as making that money available for clothing orders. We had our construction office our renovation office that needed to be funded. We have I think it was there's a few other things on there that was on that petition resolution that we needed to approve. I didn't know if we was going to get a quorum, so that's why it was sent around by petition. So wasn't trying to sneak anything through on you guys. It was just something that needed to be done. So we decided to do clothing orders. We needed to get the money from somewhere, so that's why the resolution was being taken around. So, but I'll bring him down, okay? Jim, ARPA. Okay, we got Jim on there. Is there anything else that needs to be on the agenda? Need a motion to approve the agenda. Bill, second by Fremont, question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Let's start out with SGU. SGU is here today. They got 2 weeks ago. They sent me a letter from the acting president of SGU requesting some time on the council floor to discuss the land issue. They felt that they didn't get to be able to discuss their issue with the land that happened with the resolution as far as what's going on with Antelope and SGU. So I allowed them to be on the agenda today. I know they're busy people, so we'll try to deal with them first, and then we'll go on to the casino report and then move on with our agenda. Ted, are you going to present today, or Mike?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, council people. Feel like yeah. We run a presentation here, with 3 or 4 pages, pretty much kind of a synopsis of, the situation and outlines our concerns. Apparently, at some point a few years ago, a resolution was passed here which was transferred some of the land that had been dedicated to the university back in 1995 or 96 for purposes of establishing their status as what is referred to as a land grant institution. That's a privilege that governments do for their higher education institutions around the country. It allows for long-range development planning, that sort of thing, and it also results in a great deal of funding through the USDA and the government programs, for the university to access. So, and at the time that the resolution that transferred some of the land, basically gutted, if I could use that term, pardon me. It basically gutted the land grant land, if you will, that was dedicated to the university for its use. And the sad, unfortunately, the university was not informed that this was taking place, and we were not given the opportunity to present, our side of the story, if you will. So with that, we've got a presentation here. Somebody could pass it out. And again, as I indicated, the gist of the story is pretty much in the first 2 or 3 pages. You might want to take a few minutes to read it. It's pretty self-explanatory. And with that, I'm going to leave the job of explaining the nuts and bolts of the importance of this land to the university to Mr. Ted Hamilton, our executive vice president, who, by the way, is leaving us at the end of this week, I believe, as a full-time employee. He will be on standby to help us transition to our new leadership as soon as we can get that. Arranged. We're close. With that, thank you.
By the way, Mike is the chairman of the board of regents, so that's why he's up talking. Go ahead, Ted.
Good morning, council. My name, once again, is Ted Hamilton. Yeah, tomorrow I get to retire. However, I'm going to stay here for a while to help out as Cynthia Gleska transition. It's been a couple of interesting years here. And when I acknowledge Micah, who has been really active on our board um, as a council rep, I'm glad that she's able to be here and answer questions. I put together this, a couple of things. There's some things that have been on my mind, and now that I'm out to leave, I need to be taken off so that you can say things and people won't throw stuff at you. But one of the things that I've been trying to work on is how do we have an open conversation with the council. I was really excited when the council came over to Cynthia Gleska when we started our president's search. I recognize some faces here who came over, and we were in the commons room trying to figure out what are the attributes of a new leader at Cynthia Gleska. And since that time, I feel like it's really important for the university to periodically stop and visit with the tribal council. So I put together some stuff here that's really kind of two parts. One is to discuss kind of the implications of the ordinance that was passed, or the resolution that was passed through related to Antelope Community. But I think in a broader way, I'd like you to consider where Cynthia Gleska is headed as a university. In 1996, actually in 1994, under the Clinton administration, they passed through Congress a grant that allowed the tribal colleges land grant status. In the 1800s, Congress had said, we have to study. We have to study agriculture. We have to study how the land is used in the United States. And so they gave to every state status to one of their universities to be a land grant status university. South Dakota State University here in South Dakota is the land grant, the 1800s land grant institution for South Dakota. That institution studies agriculture. It's why you get cookies and cream ice cream, because their dairy program actually developed that ice cream. That they went out there and they learned how to deal with soil management. They learned how to do range management. They go out and do all these different things. It wasn't until 1994 that Congress recognized that the tribal colleges need that status, and that opened up for the universities and the tribal colleges access to, in essence, the Farm Bill. And those of you who follow national politics know that the largest appropriation every year is for the military. The second largest appropriation every year is for the Farm Bill. And they're right now working on it. And embedded in the Farm Bill is USDA. And USDA funds the land grant institution. And their goal is to get the land grants institutions to study and to understand how these institutions can help people better deal with land. It's that simple. And so at SGU, from what I can tell, and I've only been here a couple of years, back in '96, this council said, let's think about that and let's set aside space for Cynthia Gleska to grow. Those of you who remember, I came here in '86. I was working across the parking lot here. There was a big red building, and that's where SGU was. And by the early '90s, they had decided we have to take that building down. The university ends up in Mission and a bunch of houses. Slowly, the university built the library. They built where the big sign is there outside on the east side of Mission, the main campus, as we call it. And then, once again, with the passage of this 1996 resolution, it allowed the university to expand into the Antelope campus, which is where we are today, opening up the land to the south of the university, which is a fairly significant pasture. There had been a range unit there. They split the range unit out and said this is no longer part of that range unit. This is now the university's. from what I can tell, the folks at the university said, we need to bring back, bison. The buffalo are our relatives, and they aren't here. So they began a buffalo project. And it got big, fast. Personally, from my perspective, I live in Porcupine, and ironically, at the exact same time, my wife and Gerald Onefeather were working, and they built 2 buffalo pastures in Pine Ridge, one in Porcupine and one over in Oglala. And they ran into the exact same problem that the university did. And that is, you start putting animals out on a pasture, and the next thing you know, they're having babies. And when they start having babies, they start to fill up that pasture, and the next thing you know, you're out of land because there's only so much. And so over time, it looks like the university leased some land from Antelope community, and then they got into Mustang Meadows, and they got bigger and bigger, and they said, can we do this and make money, and can we really turn this into something? They really studied it. They had folks looking at it, and it became clear very quickly that the system that they had was not going to be effective. And so in the last couple of years, with the guidance, like Lane Frederick, who's not here today, but he was part of that process, and you can ask him sometime about it. Over time, we said we need to do good schools. When I got here, I was being picked for 5 years ago. We have animals that are mistreated, or we've got land that's overgrazed, which I'm very concerned with. I study permaculture, and I teach geography. I can see how the land is not really being treated well. And so we decided a couple years ago, we're going to reduce the herd down, which we've done. We've dropped it down dramatically. And also, we have been having conversations about what's next. What do we do in the future? And the 96 resolution allowed Sinte Gleshka to begin to, or to have room to grow and have room to change. Right now, we're looking at a USDA grant that's talking about urban forestry, which seems like a strange thing, but if you go down to the casino, there's that housing over there. All those kids who live there, they don't have a tree to sit under. There's no trees there. And they're like, we could, and we got the resources, we have the space, we could put in a little nursery. We have a horticulturalist we're just getting ready to hire. We met about him this morning, talking about let's hire a horticulturalist and let's study how we might be able to help develop urban forestry so our kids aren't sitting out there in the sun all summer long because they got no tree to sit under. Seems like a simple thing, but we'll study it, and we may screw it up. We may make a mistake with it. It may not work, but if we don't try it, we know it won't work. And that's the issue about a university. We do our best to understand things. We do our best to study things. We try to work with students and with the community. Our USDA program right now is trying to reach out to community members. I talked to Sean Bordeaux about that this morning, about how do we move beyond workshops to degree programs. How do we build this up? How do we build capacity? Knowing that where we are today is not going to be where we are 30 years from now. The Tribal Council in 96 saw that the university where it was in 1996 with a couple of houses in Michigan was not going to be where the university is today. And it's not going to be today where it's going to be 30 years from now. The implication of the antelope issue is that it's going to now cut off quite a few thousand acres of land, and we've had conversations. We've met with the Land and Natural Committee, we've heard from TLE saying, where are the actual boundaries? There's questions about which boundary is here. Ultimately, what I can see from that resolution is it says we're going to cut off the growth of the university in terms of the land base. And the original resolution, when it came across my desk, which is why I kind of perked up, was this is a claim for not only the land where the buffalo are, but also it impacts universities' infrastructure that's there right now. It impacts, by saying we're going to rescind all resolutions, it also impacts Redco, or Sioux, as they're calling themselves. It even looks to me like it would impact a number of other programs in Antelope. And that's a politic I don't think was the intent of the council. And it's really well above my pay grade. My goal is to increase the number of students at Sioux West. My goal is to try to figure out what are the things that the tribe needs and how do we provide the education to help learn these things. It's why we struggle with it, quite frankly, because we try to find faculty, we try to find housing, we have programs to come, we have programs to build, because of all of that change, but we're constantly pushing forward to try to make things better for our community. And not only the Antelope community, but for the entire reservation. I have on my desk a map that goes from the Missouri River all the way over to Milks Camp. On one end, all the way over to Black Pipe, the other end. And I have on that map how many students are from each of these communities. Those are the people we're working with. Plus, we provide support for Lower Brule and Hianto. I wrote all this up. You guys can read. I don't think I need to lecture and go on and on. I'm sure there are questions. I also added our annual report, which shows us growing. We've got our fiscal house in order. We got a good audit this year. Our student numbers are going up. We've added a welding program, which has been kind of an interesting challenge, but we got that done. We're talking about growing more in our career technical ed programs. We have programs going all over the place. I even put in our annual report for each of our departments. And I would like to do two things. One is I'd like to have you reconsider the Antelope resolution. Actually, I'd like to have it rescinded and have a real conversation about this if we need to. And then the other thing I'd like to ask the council, if you would, and I'm leaving, I'm retiring. I've been in this kind of work for a long time, from my perspective, and my health isn't what it used to be. But I would like to ask if we could become a little more formal about interacting between Sinte Gleshka and this council. We have a specific time, maybe once or twice a year, where Micah or whoever is sitting in that position on our board could say, we're going to come and talk about SGU with this council. Because one of the things I was listening to Scott yesterday, he was honored yesterday, and he talked about all the things he worked on. And it's my biggest complaint with tribal council or tribal chairman every time, because my personal experience with my grandkids, some of who live here, and my family is, when I hear our tribal chairman talk, they don't start off with, this is what we're doing to educate the next generation. You guys are wrestling every day in the tribal chariot. This is not a criticism, this is a reality. We struggle with housing, we struggle with safety. We worry about the fact that there was a heck of a hailstorm on the eastern side of the reservation. We deal with every aspect. You guys get this every day. But where do we talk about education? So I asked the council formalized. That maybe once or twice a year that the president and the board chair and representative talk about the university so you can keep up with what's going on here. I know you got a million things on your plate, but what Sinte Gleshka is doing, how it has grown over the last 50 years is incredible. It really is incredible. When I came in 1986, and I came to OLC, and I sat down with accrediting people in 1986, and they said tribal colleges should not exist. There's no way that you can have a college on an Indian reservation. I had a guy sit there and tell me that. And that had been the story going back. When I talked to Lionel and Tom Shortful and the various presidents, that was the message they were getting. And had we listened to that, all of these things wouldn't happen that have happened. The thousands of people who have taken classes, who have gotten degrees, who have changed their lives because of this place, it wouldn't have happened. And I'll tell one more story, and Colette's over there going, hey, because I like to tell stories. I'm an old history teacher and a geography teacher, so I tell stories. And I'm going to remember one person, and it's always emotional for me, but I'm going to tell you a story about one person. She was 16, and she got pregnant, and she dropped out of school. But then she heard about a GED program, and she got her GED. And then because she had Sinte Gleshka University here, she started taking classes, and she got an AA in education. And she went to Oak Creek, and she became a teacher aide at Oak Creek, part-time janitor, she told me. And then over time, she got her bachelor's degree from Sinte Gleshka while raising her kids. And she did that because this university existed. And then, when she got her bachelor's degree, she became a fourth and fifth grade teacher. And then she went and got her master's degree through Sinte Gleshka and became a master's level teacher. And then, when I came here in 1995 to work at Tide, she and I joined up with a couple other people, and we ended up at the University of Nebraska, and she worked on her PhD. And she became an impressive principal and established the first education program for the Rosebud Sioux tribes program in the jails for the incarcerated youth. That was Crystal Nightfire. When she passed, I told that story to her kids. Here's a person who wouldn't be here except for the tribal colleges. If it weren't for Sinte Gleshka, the work that Crystal did, and Wilda, I saw her yesterday. Wilda invited me to come over when we laid Crystal to rest. And I think about how much work she did and how much she loved this university. And how ultimately we have to keep learning. And we have to keep striving. And we may not be perfect, but moving forward. That's all I wanted to say today. Give you this, ask you to reconsider, and maybe open up a conversation about the land. But even more importantly, to open up a conversation about how this university can continue to grow more Crystal Lighthouse in this community.
Thank you, Ted. Is there any discussion? Ben? Yep.
Thank you, Sharon. Good morning, Council. Kind of glad that we got a forum today. So, take care of some business. That's one thing that we need to do. And again, I do apologize to the public that we're not able to have a meeting here because of I don't know what's going on. We should all be here no matter what. So I just want to make sure we let the public know about that. We tried yesterday, last week. So again, I do apologize. I am kind of a little concerned with our other reps that are not here. I mean, again, we have to have some kind of idea of why we're not here, what's going on here. We got to take care of business, things before business goes on, no matter what. So anyway, I'm gonna put that out there. And I also want to thank you guys for coming. I know you guys came here yesterday. Again, I want to apologize to you guys also. We didn't get it formed yesterday. This could have been taken care of also yesterday. So I guess with that, I guess with your little speech there, I'm really happy that you're able to kind of clear it up, about what we're dealing with here, especially with the land issue, I guess. But I also want to say thank you. I know you're going to be leaving here pretty soon. And I hope it didn't take this for you to come and speak in front of council, because we're always open, always open here. So I do encourage other groups, other chartered entities to come and visit with council so we can at least know what's going on. There's a lot of issues regarding that land that came up, and it's been 2 months, I think it has been. The antelope community has been coming here. I know we asked several times to get you guys to come here. I mean, so it was really kind of difficult. We have representatives that sit on that board. They kind of didn't give us an insight about everything on it. So I was hoping and praying that you guys could come to at least give us some enlightenment of it. And again, I know you brought the packages and stuff that could have been given to us too a week ago, and I know you mentioned that yesterday. So I do I am kind of concerned that communication-wise is not being given to the council. So again, I'm really kind of frustrated now how things are kind of going downhill, as you can see, that we're not getting communication with that. But right now with that land issue, I know that's a big issue right now, what's going on. And I'm not fully aware why this was done in the past, as far as like things that was going on there and what the animal community had told us about where that land issue has been going. I'm concerned that the Board of Regents, even the SU, I guess, staff are not taking care of what should be taken care of over there. That's my concern right now, because again, that buffalo issue did come up. It was national news. I mean, it not national, I guess you say the whole tribe, or actually the state, wherever that picture that came out from SU about the bison. And I even got calls from some friends over in Pine Ridge about that. What's going on over there at your bison? What's going on? They're malnutrition, they're skinny. So a lot of issues. So to me, I was on council at that time, but I said, well, I'm sure they're taking care of it. I'm sure things are, something's going on over there that we don't know. Maybe there's a virus or some sort of something like that. It's like cattle. So taking on these types of, I guess, animal type things, you should at least be aware of how it's going to happen, how things should move on. It's like a rancher is going to get his cattle and be able to take care of it and know what's going to happen and look forward to the future, what to expect. So I'm kind of concerned if you took on a bison and you didn't know what to expect, they're all going to multiply, because they are going to have calves and things to that effect. I mean, you have somebody over that's able to take care of that. Those are some of the things that came up. So again, when animal brought their people, and they kind of gave us insight of what was happening over there, the overgrazing of the land, the things to that effect. So I would have seen at least maybe something where there was a plan in place of what you guys had there. So again, when we're in the dark, everybody's in the dark, and I can make assumptions on this stuff. So I want to make sure that we have at least some answer of what's going on over there, but how you guys are helping to, keep our bison, I guess fully fed, things to that effect. I guess what we can do. So those are just the things that I'm concerned about, and I'm glad you're here to explain that. But I know you're leaving. We have somebody that's coming in here, so I want to make sure that they have that same mentality too. That I guess either way, the communication wise, we can come visit you, or you can come visit us. Either way, I always say that's open. It's always open, no matter what. So I just want to make sure that you have an understanding of that. So, but anyway, I had more to say, but thank you guys.
Thank you, Ben. Emily?
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you guys for coming. Thank you for those great words. I just want to start by saying I really appreciate hearing all that. I think that we all know that, but just hearing that is meaningful. I also just want to start by saying any questions or concerns that I have in no way negate that I do support our university. I have family that went there. I was a teacher there. I went to the classes there since I started in high school, so there's history there. The only reason why I'm going to bring up any type of concern or anything is because I care and because I see potential and because I know we can do better. Those success stories, I think that should have been we should all know a success story. We should all not have to go back, in our memory. We should have more of those. We should be nothing but success stories. So with that said, I do have a few concerns. I might sit down here. The first one I have is knowing the history of this situation, I think, me personally, we've learned that we need to have everybody on board, and only hearing from one side today is kind of what we did, but only hearing from the community. So I really don't feel like we should make a decision either way today because of that fact. The second thing that I want to mention is, people throw that word politics around, and I'm going to go ahead and say it. This is the worst possible timing to have something like this because of the upcoming election. We have our chairman of our tribe resigning to go work for SGU, so just the optics of that looks a little bit wild. So I'm just going to throw that out there and say, why now? Second or third, I guess, after I made that motion, because it wasn't going to rescind or anything, the intent was to, what are the immediate needs of the community and of the university, so that while we're working out our stuff from the tribal management and the land management and that part of it, that we can also meet those immediate needs. Today, I have not seen anything other than occasionally when Antelope Community comes through and tells us, through committee, what their immediate need is for bills and things like that. I have yet to see, do we need land? Do we need hay? What are our goals? I still have yet to see a plan. So again, those are concerns. I saw in here that what does it say, the bison management plan changes. I mean, that shouldn't be. Everybody knows that your plan doesn't get followed, but you should have a goal and you should be working towards it. That should not be what changes. And the fact that we don't have anything in front of us is alarming, is problematic. Another thing that I have concerns with is this distracts from the real issues of, we need better connections, we need better relationships with our people and our land. I heard somebody just now say that they're gonna go after money to bring trees. Like, trees, we are in the middle of one of the biggest grasslands in the world. Our grasslands are disappearing at a faster rate than any other ecosystem in this world. You talk about save the rainforest, we should be saving our grasslands, not planting trees. That's alarming, that's concerning. Again, to talk about all of our needs without having our people there, how do you know those are our needs? Where's the water? Look at how bad that water is out there. There's not anything in there. I'm going to use about 10 more seconds. Thank you, Chris. Is that?
You can.
I would, wireless camp.
But you finished, Emily. Go
Okay,
ahead,
so
finish,
just
go ahead,
to
finish.
close up, I'm just wondering, why are we continuing to work in isolation? We heard good words from our president about if we can work together, and I still don't see that. I see us using politics, I see us using behind the scenes type stuff that maybe we had to do that to survive, but we no longer have to do that. Now is the time that our voices should all be here. If we did it wrong, let's try to make it right, not do exactly the same thing, but for the other group. We need plans, we need our people, we need our Lakota. Where's our research? What happened to our land? What happened to the bison? Our bison should not be treated like only food and only cattle and only livestock. They should be a part of our ecosystem, the same as us. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Anybody else? Any more discussion? A few weeks ago, there was a request from acting president that they get time on the floor to be able to basically tell their story. We had Antelope community come in 3 or 4 times to give their side. And so I think it's only fair. It's not have nothing to do with politics. There's something that's wrong. We need to fix it. And there's no politics involved in it. It's just something that we need to do. This whole idea of, and I have nothing against Antelope community or any other community trying to get extra land for at least money to provide services for their communities. But we need to do it the right way. You don't need to take land that should have been not taken. And a resolution presented that had all kinds of land descriptions on it, taking away parts of our campus for SGU. Those are the things that need to be corrected. And so there's not no politics for me. It's always, I said yesterday, I'll always do the right thing. My intentions are always to do the right thing. But we did it wrong, we need to make it right. And there's no politics involved in it, as far as I'm concerned. Any more discussion? Michelle and then Chris.
Good morning. Sorry for not being here yesterday. I was sick. So, I didn't get to see the agenda, and I didn't know that this was on the agenda. Why wasn't Antelope notified to be here as well? We talk about being fair, but why isn't everybody in the room being able to all give their sides of the story? Instead, we hear one side over here, and then we hear one side over here. We should have everybody together so we can all know all of the details of what's going on, instead of hearing it at separate times. It's only fair. Thank you.
I guess I just have a question for SU is, I know that Antelope's reached out to you guys multiple times. I know that Land and Natural, we reached out to SG multiple times too. I know that you guys, you probably didn't send them down, but I know that a person tried to represent SG on his own accord. And so I'm curious to why SG didn't want to come or answer these calls whenever we did invite them to these Land and Naturals, to these community meetings.
We did. We went to Land and Natural meetings on 2 or 3 occasions, and we tried to talk. We got yelled at, and then that was kind of my feeling. And we said, will you agree that this can be secure if we quit leasing this from Antelope and said, go ahead and lease that? This is the only land that we're really concerned with. And you agree, and we were told, I think we're sitting back there, I'll have to take this back to my community. On a number of occasions, we have had conversation. The challenge is we're at loggerheads when it really comes down to it. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Mike's here, he can throw me out today, which is fine. But Antelope's in a bad spot. They're a government. A couple years ago, we had a heck of a blizzard. And we ended up putting up our multi-purpose building because that community is faced with what happens when we need to put people in a blizzard? What happens when there's snow up to the roof, literally? What do we do? And they're sitting here saying, we have to have a source of income. So the source of income is not a tax base, which most governments have a tax base, but they don't have a tax base. So their source of income is land. And so I understand the need to increase their leasing area. The challenge is we have these 2 pieces of ground right next to each other. And it's real easy to say, well, let's just add this on to ours. That's kind of my take on it. And that just increases Antelope's ability to raise more money to support services for their community. I've talked to Cleve for many horses at TLE. We've visited many times, and I've talked to the Sergeant at Arms and Melinda and all that, saying, how do we increase your income without taking the university's property? I don't think that they intended, and I can't put words in their mouths, but when we have talked, I said, and they've told me, when we did this resolution, we didn't intend to take the campus away from the university. But sometimes we have unintended consequences to language and to things. So we've tried our best to talk, but I haven't always felt that it's been a very useful and constructive conversation. John, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I guess the next one would be, land grant, status. Have you guys looked at other processes to get grants? No, just to you guys vote for the time being while we try to sort this out.
We have a grants office, it's actually a development office, and we have people, Luty Davis, who just hired her, and we're developing a program to increase the number of opportunities that I have. And USDA particularly has multiple grants that we haven't gone after yet. And some of them will be very beneficial, some of them won't. We have had Bill Baird he's done on, but we have that position which Scott's going to fill in that says, how do you know what we need? So we've actually put in an administrative position to determine what are the needs in the community. And then we start sitting down with those grants people and say, what can we go after? So we've got that structure in place. We're trying to get that going.
Maybe.
Any more discussion? Michael Waltz.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that this is I don't want to say turned in, I don't know if that's the right word, but turned into really a conflict between Antelope community and the university over a piece of land. You know, all I know is that this government dedicated a piece of land to the university for its long-term growth and development. You know, education. How important is education to you? You know, St. Gillespie University provides the opportunity for educational and development, you know, to all tribal members. You know, think about that. All tribal. Now, think about that.
Excuse me, you need to turn off your mic. Whoever's online, Ian?
And again, you know, I reiterate that, you know, it's really unfortunate that this is gone down to the level of conflict between the needs of the community and the needs of the university. All I know is the university, and pardon me for putting it this way, is we had it first. The university had it first. And the government at that time, the tribal council, determined that it was in the best interest of not only the university, but the future of higher education, you know, for our people. You know, I can't put it any plainer. You know, where does education stack up? You know, in your priority set. That's really what it comes down to. That will, you know, sometimes plain speak is necessary. You know, if that little community needs financial resources, there are plenty of other. I sat here for a lot of years, and there are plenty of other ways that I find to help Antelope community, you know, or any other community access financial resources. You all know that. You know, I just don't need to say anymore. You know, I would ask my colleague Richard, you know, to speak because he articulates things, you know, a lot better than some of us do, particularly myself. You know, so with that, let's try to keep this, you know, at a level where it doesn't evolve down to, you know, to a level of a conflict between a community and the university. I mean, that's sad. We don't let that happen. And whatever sins that the university is guilty of in the past, particularly with the buffalo, you know, we apologize for that. You know, I came to the board, you know, when that was controversial. You know, it was pretty obvious to me, you know, that we had way more buffalo or animals than we could take care of. As simple as that. And we're trying to deal with that. It isn't something you fix overnight. We cut the herd in half, you know. People get emotional when we start talking about buffalo. You know, from my perspective, I try to be clinical about it. Red Coast, Sichungu, corporation, they have Mustang Meadows, they're raising buffalo. The tribe is a buffalo herd. You know, it always puzzled me why we have 3 institutions that have buffalo herds. You know, that doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense to me. You know, but so the buffalo are fine. They will thrive. You know, but not under a plan where the university has to have a sizable buffalo herd. That's not the nature of our business. That's not what we do. We do need a few animals to develop animal husbandry type educations, how to utilize the land to be able to sustain the buffalo and cattle and horses too. You know. So with that, Richard.
Ben, then Rich.
Thank you. I guess I just want to make it clear that, I am very supportive of education, so I want to make sure that, I put that out there for our people and also for our council reps to know that, we're supportive of our education because again, too, that's one institute that we've been fighting for. And I know you've been on here a long time to get that going. But I believe I think, maybe this would be an opportunity for SU to open up a land, I don't know, class of some sort, maybe something that affects, so that way you can have an understanding of what's going on. I know TLE should be probably one of the main places we should be looking at. So I myself believe, I guess with this land issue, it should have been gone. I mean, I guess if it wasn't civil, the last meetings and stuff weren't civil, then something has to be here, because when it comes to here, it's the ultimate place where we need to make the decisions. But that's why we have these committees to make sure that these are taken care of there. But if it wasn't civil, then I'm kind of concerned about that, meaning that if the meetings are not civil and you got chewed out, I'm kind of concerned about that next. But, I swear, we're all adults here. We all should be able to take care of these situations without having to resort to violence or resort to, unprofessionalism, I guess you can say. So, I do believe we need to get this taken care of. Like I said, it's been going on for 2-3 months now. And again, I've asked several times on this council that we should have all these people here, TLE, BIA, SU, and we should get this taken care of. But us as council got other things going on too, I'm sure. But this is very, very important. And I know it's frustrating for me to know that both entities are using tactics that are saying, if we don't get our land back, we're not going to do this. We're not going to have that. That really frustrated me. So I'm just kind of concerned now that, who do we really believe in this situation? When you start making tactics, like I'm saying, what I'm saying is, I think it was brought back that we're going to lose the land-based system because of the grant. Well, we're all under the tribe. If you guys are separate from the tribe, then I can understand that, but you're not. You're overseen by the tribe. So this is all the big part of it. Yeah. So I do understand that, if you guys are getting funding because of the land issue, well, the tribe will actually basically go to bat for you to say, no, that's our land too also. So we're going to make those decisions for you guys to make sure that we get that. But of course, then Antelope turned around to say, we're not going to have the powwow because they don't want us to have the powwow. I said, geez, that is crazy. Why do we even talk about that? That's a community celebration. Each community on the reservation has celebrations. So I was kind of really frustrated by both parties making these types of tactical maneuvers to say we have to make a decision on this now. So that's what I'm concerned about. And again, too, I know Antelope needed this land base for, I guess, revenue type deal to lease this area. And then SU was on the other hand too. So we never heard anything from the SU part. That's why I was really concerned about this. So, but right now, again, I'm really still kind of stumped on this. Everybody's here. Again, I do appreciate you guys being here. So we do need to get this taken care of. But I don't know. Again, there's a lot of things that are happening. I know right now, I know Scott, you made that comment several back here too, because we're going to have issues with elections now. So I want to make sure that doesn't interfere with any of these types of things. We should go on with business as usual, but at the same time too, everybody should have a voice in this too. So those are just my concerns, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Coffee, do you want the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, council. First of all, just want to say that we're not here to fight family. We want to have a discussion, and we can say a lot of things, who was invited, who wasn't, who didn't respond, or whatever. The discussion hasn't been going very well, and in my opinion, it's totally irrelevant now, the things that are being talked about. We should go back to the beginning. The land grant status is key. It is important. Since in the existence of Sinteglasha and the tribal college movement, funding has always been an issue. All of the tribal colleges are underfunded. So grants are constant, looked at constantly as a resource, just basically out of need. And the land grant status opened up some grants that aren't available to all the tribal colleges. If they don't have land grant status, they can't get that funding. We're fortunate enough that Sinteglasha, we're one of 4 5 land grant institutions in South Dakota. 4, I believe it is, and 3 of them are tribal universities. Sister Malcolm, College, and St. English, and the other one is SDSU. And I really can't imagine the state of South Dakota taking land away from SDSU because Brookings, the city of Brookings has a project it thinks is feasible. It just isn't going to happen. The land grant status was gained through a lot of hard work up to the 90s, so, a little over 20 years. That's a significant accomplishment. And this government honored St. English with a land gift for that achievement. It doesn't matter who was sitting here. None of you were sitting here, and none of those people are sitting here today. But it's the same government. This government, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, awarded St. English University a land gift. And my understanding is that gift of land was taken away from Range Unit 55 permanently. That changed the composition of that range unit. Now, none of this was discussed in any resolution. None of this came up. The resolution from animal community that was brought here, that was approved, that wiped out all those other resolutions, didn't mention land grant, that action or decision that this same government made. And, I don't know, I must hear Wolcott 100 times a day now. In my opinion, it's become nothing more than a buzzword. It's to gain some type of status now, or to imply that we've got some type of understanding. St. English is accredited through the Higher Learning Commission, but it also has led the effort in getting recognition through it's called WINHEAD, the World Indigenous Higher Education Commission. And when they made their visit, they made an accreditation visit to SGU on their when they leave after their visit and they make their report. They commended St. English for building its policies on Wolcott. So, but even prior to that, its existence, that Wolcott has been an effort to get it into the courses, the curriculums, any projects that they have. There's this institutional overview that you don't have. I wish we could try to get you a copy of it. And it has some of the things that what Wolcott is in here. But one of the things it talks about is leadership. And at least in my opinion, I think St. English's opinion, the rest of the board and the administration, is one of the things it does through its educational offerings is develop leadership. And so St. English looks at leadership as, and I'll read it right out of this institutional overview. Leadership should always look for a compromise between two irreconcilable forces. Never take sides, because a leader must be able to mediate in order to make the best decision for the people. And that's what this is about. I think maybe Ben mentioned decisions. The decision's already been made. And that decision has harmed St. English University. But that's what we're here for. No matter who sits here, it's to make the best decisions for the people. That's what governance is. So when this government is gonna change its mind, it should at least do the courtesy of providing the other party why it's changing its mind from the decision it made 30 years ago. That should be addressed in a resolution. The resolution that that gift of land was made should be identified by its number and spoken to. If there's gonna be a change. That hasn't happened. The appearance is, the only thing that happened was Antelope Community came here with a resolution and made a recommendation. And that's fair, they can do that. I can probably do that as an individual. Any community can come here and make a recommendation. And that is the point where questions need to be asked, and this government should ask itself, okay, what's the effect here? And if this is gonna change something that this government has already done, then why is it gonna change it? And I don't think that discussion happened. And the appearance is, the only thing that happened was, despite whatever discussion that took place, this government simply took Antelope Community off the resolution and put Rosebud Sioux Tribe on it. That's not good governance, in my opinion. It didn't speak to the relevant issue. Because I guarantee you, if that discussion had taken place, I rather doubt that part of the decision would have happened, and we wouldn't be here making all these other innuendos. There's no, in good decision making, it's a process outside of the normal politics. And it would resolve a problem. Problem solving is a process also. And it doesn't really, it's not going to solve every problem, it will solve that particular problem. And there's going to be new problems tomorrow. But if we have a good process that we go by, that we understand, that we can take the politics out of, and just deal with, like it says here, we're good leaders, and we make the best decision for the people. And if we go through that process, and either side here, if this government decides to uphold its previous decision that it made 30 years ago, Antelope probably won't be happy with that. But that's probably the best decision. Because education should be a major issue that should be talked about more than it is here. I've been involved in education my whole life, either as a student, as a parent, trying to guide my kids through school. I graduated from college, and I got a story too. I'm that story. If it wasn't for St. Deglishka University, I never would have graduated from Black Hills State University. And I'm not the only story, or neither is Crystal Whitepipe. But the problem is, our stories should become the norm pretty soon. After 50 years, you would think that we wouldn't continue to be the exceptions. Because we still got 75–80% of our kids that don't complete high school. That don't graduate from college is even worse. The percentage is even way higher. So we've got a lot of work and a long road to hoe here, so where we can get ahead of this education game and start dealing with learning as it should, instead of just the numbers of having high school graduates who walk across the stage and get a diploma and still read at the 4th grade level. That's what we should be dealing with. because that's a fact and that's the truth about our education systems here. And we've got some data that can show you. That's what St. Aglaschka has to address with incoming high school graduates. So we've got a long way to go. And the appearance here is that post-secondary education here, which we should own, is not a priority when these kind of decisions are made. Because the discussion about the gift of land wasn't held, it was just taken away. And it's more than 2 months. The resolution that did that was in June of 23. It's 13 months. So everybody has had a long time to deal with this issue. And up until that time, the only real conversation that St. Aglaschka University had with Antelope community was about the land that is leased from Antelope for the buffalo. And there was an issue there that the lease was ending and we hadn't paid it, so forth. We went beyond it, so we were fine. To my knowledge, the institution paid the fine and the lease for another year, but also informed Antelope that our plan was to reduce the buffalo herd and not to lease that land in after that next year. Now I guess if you want to blame, there's been a lot of issues with the buffalo. Some of it beyond the university's control, some of it not. But the responsibility lies with the university because it was their project and they were leasing the land. But at the same time, if there's an issue with the university and how it manages the land, then sit down with the university and figure out some type of management plan. Don't discipline the university by taking land away. Work together. And go beyond that. The land that the university leases or manages isn't the only land with problems. Overall clear concern, or it should be, and there's a department that has the responsibility for land management along with the Bureau, and that's the Game, Fish, and Parks Department. I sit on the Land and Natural Committee. I've asked for the management plan for our tribal resources. I don't know how many times. And the only answer that that committee got was a draft plan dated 2015. So there's problems here. There's some communication issues, but there's also probably some lack of work issues too, beyond the university. So we shouldn't be the sore thumb that sticks out here because there's other issues regarding land. And as a proud member of this tribe, I bring those issues up and I'll speak to them because I'm sick and tired of us being out here in this other world. We talk a lot about we live in two worlds. We should educate that way. We don't. But I'm sick and tired of the perception that's out there about us. And that's my whole advocacy. Now we can defend, the school up here all we want, Todd County, but they failed all of us. Even though we graduated from them, they failed all of us, and they continue to fail us. And they will fail us because it's a systemic failure. Everybody means well, everybody tries to teach well. But we don't own education here. And when are we gonna own it? And we don't own it because we don't have our own system. And until we come up with an education code that has curriculum, methodology, teacher certification, accreditation, and various other aspects of regulation that demonstrate tribal ownership, we don't own it. That's why Christy Nolan can say all of the stuff she says. But it's her system that's failing. But because they can validate us, the world listens. Because they can put out scores out there. I mean, how many of you have looked at the state's report card on education? You should. It's the same old story, year after year. They come in, they test our kids, I don't know how many times. And those kids get tested, I don't know how many times during their 12 years of school. This last year, one of our schools here, the proficiency rate for science, 7%. For math, less than that. For reading, maybe 12%. We should be concerned with that. We are at SU because that's who we get in as our students. And that's who we are tasked with trying to develop leadership skills with. And that's why a lot of them don't stay. And not just at SU, all colleges. We've got our success stories, but they're the exception. They're not the rule. When we have a school that all of a sudden has been graduating 25 students and 1 year they graduate 40, that's success, we say, because we got 15 more. And probably all that happened was we had 15 more and a high percentage of those still aren't reading at grade level. That's not success. At least not my definition of success.
Mr. Chairman?
That's who I look to overcome.
If you wanna, some closing. I got other people that wanna.
Well, you know, Mr. Chairman, it's tough to have some good debates. And this nation needs some good debates without having some technical rule that cuts off those good debates.
I'll allow you to continue. But
So we need to beyond this issue, you know, you're right. We need to come in here and talk about education. We need to have a relevant discussion. Because when I'm talking about the state's report card and everything, we have our own tribal members who have been the administrators in our schools, and their disclaimer that they publish in the newspaper, our own local newspaper, the Tattaglia Tribune, going back decades about test scores. Well, disregard because they're not culturally relevant. And that may be true. But what are we doing to provide a culturally relevant education that we own? Where's it at? Where's the work? Where's the effort? Where's the action to tell somebody to get busy and do it? We've got three council people on our board, but you can't blame them for the lack of information here. We have an education department that doesn't even come to our board meetings. Maybe that's where we need to start. Because again, I have made an effort. I have brought it up several times in the past, that they need to be at our board meetings. We've invited them. And it never fails, it tails off. Pretty soon, no show. Our board meetings are open too, just like the tribal council meeting. They're no different. Community members can come from any community. We have some very relevant, inspiring discussions. And we don't always agree. And I don't expect people to agree 100% with my advocacy, but I hope they would engage in the discussion, because I'm a lifelong learner. And I learn from those other people, and I learn from those discussions. And I try to bring good information into my discussions. But a lot of times, it gets personalized, because that's another issue that I've come to see in my people. Is that constructive criticism isn't handled very well. Most of the time, the response is, who the hell does he think he is? Or why don't he do it himself? Or why don't he pay attention to his own job? Just do his job. They don't hear the message. It doesn't take tough skin to be able to take that or have people criticize you. It takes an open mind to be able to hear the message, process it, and say, it might apply. I'll take a look at it. But we're too comfortable with status quo. We're okay that we're graduating some of your own relatives, probably some of mine, that can't read adequately. We're okay with that. Or we must be, because we continue to let it happen. We talk about how sacred our kids are, and we continue to let that happen to them. We have high unemployment. We talk about it all the time. And yet, our kids aren't encouraged to go to school, get a teaching degree, come back and teach. I don't know how many open positions we've got at St. Francis alone that are filled by Filipino teachers. And I'm not making fun of them or anything, although there's some issues with that whole learning process due to communication problems. But they feel a need, and that's having certified teachers. When are we going to get our own kids in those certified positions? TFA wasn't the answer, never will be the answer. That's watered down education. We have our own system here. We could have our own system here. From conception through a master's degree, if we would develop the system. We don't need to bring in. We talk about it constantly. When we're going to hire people, one of the big things is, are they a tribal member? I'm sorry, but tribal membership just does not make you automatically qualified for any and every job. We need to get our kids out there to get inspired and put in work to get qualified to fill those positions. Not having an appropriate, relevant curriculum. Is anybody doing a comparative ballot analysis of the curriculum at St. Francis, at Todd County, to all these other schools like Pierre and Sioux Falls and everything? Word is, our curriculums are watered down. I don't know how many people say, I came in from Denver, I went to St. Francis, and I learned that what they're teaching me in the 7th, 8th grade, I learned in the 4th grade. They said when they went to Clark County, if they go out of the county here, it's the same story.
Mr. President, in the spirit of debate, there is a time limit, and so I feel like we can still continue this talk, but I feel like we should have our time to share now too. Then you can do yours, and we can go back to ours in the spirit of debate. Okay, so one thing that I just want to say is, if we're gonna keep it with the topic of St. Iglesias University and Antelope community, let's keep it on topic with St. Iglesias University and Antelope community. And we all know firsthand how our schools here on the reservations are, and these are topics that we do need to. But with all the success stories, you know, there are other stories too. I'll say it first. I'm not educated. I don't have a degree from St. Iglesias. I don't have a degree anywhere. And to me, I always see my friends walking across stages. I always see people that I admire walking across that stage, and it makes me feel happy. Just this past summer, one of my friends that I grew up with walked across the stage at St. Iglesias, at University of South Dakota, and that was empowering. You know, it's really great to see that. What's discouraging is every year whenever I apply at St. Iglesias University, there's a lady there who feels the need to compare me to her grandson because he has his education. He's getting his master's. But yet here's Christopher Eaglebear sitting where he sits and he has no degree. My grandson's better than you. That's disheartening. But we don't talk about that, you know? And so I think about that. I think about that throughout the entire journey. And like, there are reasons why our people aren't being chosen for these positions. You know, it's because we do have a mental health problem. We do feel like when we point fingers, it's because we're not liked, or it's because we have a relative that could probably do it better. Maybe, you know, who knows? Who knows? But the reality of it is, you know, we can, I've said this once before, I've heard our president say it yesterday, you know, like, we just need to come together, man. Like, we need to get rid of the hate. We need to get rid of the comparison. We need to get rid of this whole ideal of the government putting whatever they put onto us to make us who we are, to make us envious, jealous, all of it. It's a disease of the mind. And I'm really tired of us being mean towards each other. And like, nothing you said was really mean at all. But the reality of it is, when I think of St. Iglesias, you know, I want to have a success story too someday. But currently right now, when I go there, that lady that I always talk to always compares me to her grandson. It's your grandson. And I think about that. And I love that kid, you know? I'm happy he has his degree. But that grandparent that always has to compare me to him, what did I do to them? You know? I was just born. All of us were just born. We didn't choose this stuff. We didn't choose to be in positions that make us want to gnaw our heads out, pull our hair out, you know? All we want is the right thing. But what does that look like whenever the wrong thing is thrown in front of us day after day after day after day? At what point in our life do we just say, forget it all, you know, I don't care no more? Because that happens. That really does happen. And it gets to a point where right now what we're dealing with is a repercussion of our attendance. This is what happens when we don't show up to our meetings. And as time goes on, that becomes the culture. Now we have people that are probably not ever going to show up because I don't want to have to deal with it. I don't want to have to deal with it, but we have to. Because no matter what, the kitchen's always going to get hot. But we still have to cook because we're servant leaders. Not leadership, not itancha, servant leaders. But for some reason, we feel like we have to have respect from everyone in here. You know, we're just like you. Just like you. There's actually just people in here that have way more education than me. And this is one thing that I'll say for the next coming 3 years, 2 years from now is, I understand that we don't want to be involved in tribal politics, but to everyone out there, to everyone listening, you know, the repercussion of not participating in politics in your government is that you end up being governed by your lesser. That's the truth, and that's the reality of that too. And there are people out there, my mother, success story, you know, had a kid, went to SGU, bachelor's, master's, then she went on to University of South Dakota and got her PhD, doctor in philosophy and public administration. And on reality, she could probably run this entire tribe. But for some reason, and the reason is our mental health. You know, we can have all this education in the world. We can be really, really smart with this piece of paper, but it's our mental health that'll pull us back. None of this will make sense if we don't know who we are. And that's where we need to start. And I'm gonna say this too because it needs to be said. Antelope community is gonna be forever. No matter what, it's gonna be forever. Santa Galesca University? Who knows? You know, because that's the reality of it. Because we have that power, and well, to be honest, SGU is always a hit or miss. I know many times where the accreditation was at stake, where we had to send some people to fight for it, and we got it. Of course, we had to follow a really thin path to keep it up afloat, and we did that. And I know the people that were involved in those meetings, you know. And so, like, there is a good solution to this. But at the end of the day, because of our mental health and because of how prideful we are as individuals, which is great, but sometimes that pride blinds us. And so no matter what decision we make, someone's going to be hurt. And whatever decision we make, I'll take on all that hurt for whoever feels offended, because I can handle it now. You know, it's just a job, and that's what comes with it. And so to my colleagues who are here, to my colleagues out there listening, please show up for work so that we can all come together and truly, you know, do something good for this nation, so that we're not here having these conversations of, you know, my side, your side, this side, choose a side. There are no sides. It's the tribal Rosebud Sioux tribe. There's only one side, and it's us against the United States. It's us against the world. And a lot of the world actually like us because they see our heart, they see our mind, and for some reason they want to be a part of that. But when the door's closed, we hate each other. We really do. And I'm tired of it. And I really am tired of it, you know? Like, no matter what, well, like I said, if someone doesn't like someone, we'll never like them. And that's tiring. That truly is. And we need to start asking ourselves that question: who are we? Who do we want to be? Because if our answers, I say this to myself all the time because I think about it all the time. My ancestors were sitting in this room around me. Would they be proud of me? How would they walk out this door and wait for me to join them out there? Who knows? But all I know is that if you do it with your heart, we really could get it done in a good way. So back to the old success story, you know, when I think of SGU, I think of that. But I do want to have a success story there someday. Oh, thank you.
Request from a couple people to speak before. First one from Antelope Community.
Go ahead, Melinda.
Good morning or good afternoon, council. I'm back again. I know we've been a busy month, but I just kind of want to get clarification here that the last time we met here at council, there was a motion made here to suspend range unit 55. I guess I need some clarification on that because we're unable to get services with the directors with these programs. We've been fighting. We've been doing everything ourselves. Forestry, we end up having to cut our own pines because they refuse to help us. You know, there's a roadblock with that motion being made, so we're unable to get any services from the programs here. So I guess I just need a clarification on that the only thing that was suspended was that range unit 55, that resolution, so we can move forward on business with the community. Second thing, you know, we didn't know this was going to be brought up to the floor because no one has contacted us, and I believe back then the motion was made to meet with Antelope Community and SGU. I haven't received any word from anybody from TLE, nor Solo, or SGU on wanting to meet to try to resolve the issue. So I believe, I hope no decisions are made today, how we are able to meet and resolve our issues. The two land programs that are the three. BIA, I haven't heard from BIA either, Ray. I'll be stopping by your office. I need a follow-up from you. But, the three that were identified to help resolve this issue has not reached out to Antelope community at all. So I wanted to just throw it out there, so no, we haven't been contacted over their land issue. Ever since that motion was made back in June, we've pretty much been 86 blacklisted from everything. We're unable to get any assistance from the programs because it's the comment, you guys are suspended. That's the comment I get. So I'm like, whoa, just ranging at 55, that pertaining to that resolution suspended, how we resolve the issue. So I guess I just need council to, get it clarified and maybe inform the programs and the directors that we still continue business. I've been trying to work on a cultural site that's on hold. I've been trying to, get the pine for my powwow. That was kibosh. We ended up having to cut our own. And, just different issues we've been dealing with and roadblocks been coming up. So I just kind of went in front of council. This is what we're dealing with. We haven't been invited to a meeting. Nothing's been discussed. We've been pretty much blacklisted since that motion was made. So I just wanted to bring it up to everybody's attention. And as far as funding, we don't have funding. So that's why I'm here too. Another question. Can the tribe supply carnival tickets for my youth out there? I service probably close to 800 youth. That's not even all of them. These are the ones that are actually come to the community and register. So 800 youth, a strip of tickets is what we're going to request from council because we're suspended and we don't have the funding to do it. And I know carnival tickets always a big issue here. I'm doing a back to school bash and that's from the fireworks display that we barely got. So I'll be doing that Saturday. You guys are all welcome to come and see, but I'm bringing snow cones and popcorn. This is what we have, what we can provide from the community. So I just want to get that out there and let you guys know the hardship that the community's been going through for the past few months now. And everybody don't think it's a hardship, but it is a hardship. We meet every day to try to make things meet right in the middle. So, think about that. We're here for the people, and I hear that all the time. We're here for the people, but I know communities has hardship going on because of that motion being made, nothing being resolved. We're not even called to meetings. So, maybe a motion needs to be made to get a meeting started for us to start resolving these issues. Because this has been on the floor longer than a few months. It's been on this floor. This has been up for over a year now. Like I said, we're going back and forth. You guys are awarded SGU their time, but I just want to get the floor and let you know this is what we're dealing with right now too, as far as Antelope community. They have the grant monies to keep moving forward. We don't. We just got done the cleanup. That took a big chunk of our money. That's considered utility assistance for my community because we don't have the funding to help with the $100 on their lights or propane. What about our youth? We can't even get them carnival tickets or school supplies because of the hardship on the community. You guys talk about working and collaborating, working together. Someone should be reaching out and say, hey, you guys need help? Let's get you guys backpacks for those kids, something. But not one person reached out to Antelope community. Like I said, we're in a hardship right now. We don't even know if we're going to make it to the next fiscal year, to be honest. We're shifting money around to make things meet. That's the reason why it's important for our allocations to come in. But that's even up in the air. I see casinos here, so I'll be sitting listening to that report too. What's going on with our allocations? Because we need to pay bills. We pay monthly bills. Our monthly bills are probably about $1,800 a month we pay on our monthly bills for the community alone. So you can imagine the hardship the community is going through right now. But thank you for your time. I just want to, let you guys aware of what's going on and what we're dealing with right now. Thank you.
Okay, Emily.
I have a comment, but I have one more individual requesting the floor on this issue.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, council. My name is Terry Gray. I'm a concerned shareholder of TLE. What is a shareholder? Individual who reaches out of his own pocket and purchases shares and can use those shares to lease land or to trade for, like in a home site example. I look at this process here today, it's being unfair to tribal members. Unfairness is this. Every time a tribal community or an entity come to this council, they pass a resolution, you guys give them an allocation of land. With ignoring TLE bylaws. What do those bylaws say? That tribal entities, communities are supposed to buy shares to exchange for land. They're totally leaving that part out of the picture. Totally unfairness to us other tribal members who are trying to do something for themselves. There are some Lakota ranchers literally got to use their shares to pay for their leases this year because the rates went up. I recommend that you give it back to our tribal land management entity and then allow for the process of SGU and the community to start buying shares. That's what does anybody here ever read the bylaws of tribal land enterprise? It is very specific. That says we buy shares to trade the land for use. Well, maybe SU has a few shares, but I don't know about Antelope. Totally unfair. That's all I got to say. Hitch up to them.
Thank you, Terry. Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you. I guess I can apologize. I know we had other people waiting on the Zoom and everything, but I personally don't feel okay moving forward with any type of motion other than to table this discussion until we can have further discussions. And the reason why I'm saying that is because there have been numerous times where both sides have asked for this. And to my knowledge, only one time did we have a meeting. Not everybody had the same information. The person that was chosen to kind of oversee the meeting came and said, we were told to get everybody on board with rescinding this motion, not about talking them through, not about finding a compromise, anything like that. It was, this is what I was supposed to do, and not everybody had the information to even have that discussion. At that time, it was asked if we could have another meeting with all the parties involved, with, having GIS, with having MAP, with having anybody that could provide a resource for this meeting so that we could have something like Mr. Lunderman mentioned. And, throwing words around like debate, I think we need to make sure that we have some kind of protocol that we're all aware of, that we have some type of pre-planning or at least awareness that these things are going to be happening. And so again, I would just like to make a motion that we table this discussion until we're able to have more meetings, at least one. If they have one and they think they can move forward, then that's fine. But I would like to base our next conversation at this level on a recommendation from those meetings, because this level does not allow for the back and forth communication. Unfortunately, we're very stuck underneath some very colonized procedures and policies. And until that changes, we're kind of stuck with it. And so I will just ask that we can a motion to table this discussion and ask that our president's office or whoever you're directing in your absence to set those meetings up and really have them be unbiased and have them be somewhat of I don't know if it's conflict resolution, because I don't know how we can do that, but we need to have some type of mediation so that we can get both sides heard and that the decision makers then can feel a little bit better about moving forward, because both parties hopefully would have felt like their voices and their sides have been heard. Because it doesn't matter, even if we do come up with the best compromise, even if we have the best intentions, until both of those parties or all of the parties feel like they're seen and heard, it's not going to be as accepted, in my opinion. So that would be my motion if I get it.
Before you get a second, can I make a comment about this whole process of this land and this resolution coming from Antelope? We all see the benefits of communities having their own revenue stream to be able to provide their services to their people. And there's nothing against that. I encourage a lot of people to do that, but like Terry was saying, there's a process through TLE where you're supposed to be buying shares or giving up shares to be able to be able to manage that land. They're not owning it, still a tribe, so I don't see the purpose of that. But again, you know, we have a process that we usually follow. An Antelope Communities resolution back in June of 2023. Basically, when resolutions come from the community level, they don't have to go through the committee structure. But in this case, it was a land issue. And I remember that day when the council rep from Antelope brought that to the floor. I asked her specifically what it was and explain it to me. And she said it was a resolution clarifying the land descriptions over the land that they already have in their possession. And that's what was told to the council that day. So I think in some ways our council was misled to think that, and nobody knew basically that we were taking the land away from SGU. And that motion passed, that motion to approve that resolution passed that day. So I think we really need to think about, did we really use the right process of approving that resolution, or should we have sent it back that day and sent it back to Land and Natural? So my thoughts today was maybe I should call that motion out of order that approved that resolution in 2023 and then send it back to Land and Natural to go through the right process and bring it back at a later date. I don't know if that's to resolve the problem. I don't know if that's the correct way to do it, but I think that's the only way I can probably do that to make everybody be on the same page and have those discussions.
Can I call a point of order? Because this whole discussion that you did is actually out of order and not following those procedures. So I don't know how you could base that on. We have a motion on the floor.
That's my opinion.
We tried to get a second.
I
I know,
my
but
opinion
the
like you
policy
do.
and procedure is there's a motion on the floor. You should call for a second, not try to sway the vote before it even happens.
I'm not trying to sway the vote, but I'm just saying that I needed to interject before, because that's what I was going to propose. That was what I was going to propose. You second that, Ben? Because if we.
But also, no, I got a question on it too, because there's some concerns, but I was gonna second it because there's actually motion on the floor here. So again, as being the chairman, we need to address the motion first before we have that discussion. I know you said that many times, so I will second so we can have a discussion on it. So yeah.
No, it's a tabling motion, so if you second it, there's no more discussion, it goes back to Land and Natural.
Discussion on it. That's what it comes down
Are
to.
you seconding
You
that
don't have to.
motion?
If you want a discussion, you don't have to second it.
So I have concerns on it too. That's one thing that needs to be addressed no matter what. So we'll let the motion die, then I can have the discussion. That's fine.
Do we have a second? Not, then the motion died. Any more discussion? We have Ben and Tuffy.
Thank you. So again, I guess this has been coming up this whole time here, and I believe back then there was really, and I'm really, I guess maybe a little frustrated, Mr. Chairman, because you were sitting at that time, and you should have made that decision at that time. And again, if there was this delusion from the council rep saying that this is all it's about, and it came out to that deal, I don't understand. It's really, really hard for me. I know it's beneficial for our communities to have these resolutions come to the council, straight to council, because when it comes to community, our committees, when it goes committee level makes those impacts about whether they went to SGU to make sure that they're able to do this for them and stuff, to have that collaboration before it even comes to here. And that's the reason why I'm saying this. This is what needs to be said all the time. So back then, it should have went to the committee before. But I understand you said it was misled by the council, and the way the council rep, I guess, read it, it was misleading. So again, making a decision here when they came back for that another resolution to get it back. Now, again, that's where I came into play, because I wasn't sitting on council back then. So it's my decision was like, it should go back to the committee to make a right decision of why they're doing this again. But it all goes back to the previous resolution now, where it was out of order now. I don't see what, it should have went back to a committee anyway, because that's what they look at. Both parties are in agreement with this resolution, especially when it comes to land. There's other things out there that they're going to have to end up dealing with anyways, with the financials and things that affect. So now we have a situation that's brewing, with the committee or with the communities, because again, it still goes on. Nothing stops. We can say we'll deal with it next month. We'll deal with it down the road there. But to me, it needs to be dealt with, and we have to have a clarity on this. And I myself, again, too, it's really tough for me right now, because I believe, and I guess it's assumption, and I know we don't go off assumptions, but I believe that we put it in your guys' hands, administration, to take care of this stuff, to make sure it goes down the right path, and it's fair, and everybody's, you know, getting it back together where they're all in agreement with it. But it's not happening that way. You know, when we discuss this on council, there's things that go on up there that in the back that we don't know, that it's, oh, I thought that was what's going on. I thought that's what they discussed, you know, but it never comes about, you know. So when we discuss it here, and we only have 2 meetings a month or 3 meetings a month, that's not enough time to meet on these types of issues. So again, that's why I always clarify it, to have BIA, TLE, and all these guys to meet together to come to conclusion on this stuff. And it comes here as the ultimate decision here, I guess. But over there, they can make that decision. So I'm just kind of fed up with that, not going back to what it is. But I do believe that the communities are able to bring these resolutions here, but we as council, I guess, have to realize what we're bringing up to the council to approve these resolutions. So it should have went back then anyway, but I guess if it's misleading, then I guess it's deception there again too. So, but I think that it should have went back to the committee so that they can let SGU know, let both parties know, so they're aware of what's going to happen, what they're going to do, what they're going to happen, if it even comes to council level. So right now, we're at that point now where I know community needs to get some direction, SGU needs to get some direction. So who do we go to now? What do we go to now? I mean, Land and Natural already talked to both committees on it already, or both parties. So I mean, I'm open to all these guys getting together, making sure that they're, I guess, I don't know, understanding and aware of what's happening. Because again, if Antelope is not aware of what they can do because they're getting blackballed, and that's understandable too. I mean, you say politics now, and that's what politics does, is what, you know, once somebody does say no, that we don't like them because they're causing problems. So, okay, well, just ignore them. No, those are tribal entities that are supposed to be helping out our communities. That shouldn't be, you know, they shouldn't be blackballed. They shouldn't be, you know, disrespected in any way that way. They should be helping them out, especially with these celebrations that the communities have. So those are things that I'm concerned about, and we need to have some direction on that. So right now, I guess with the situation with the land type base, I mean, there's more issues that are coming up. A can of worms, I think is what they call it, I guess. So as soon as we opened it up, sure enough, you know, this is what's going to happen. So now Antelope needs the funding part of it. SGU has to get their grant land base started moving. So I got to figure out what we can do with this. So I think, you know, I hate to say it, but we need to make sure we get to make the right decision on this stuff too. Otherwise, I would say, yeah, let's give it back to the original party who had it. But now that Antelope had a taste of the money part of it, now they say, hey, no, we're going to keep this stuff. You know, so it's understandable. It's only understandable because they wanted to make use of that funding or that land. So I just want to make it clear that, you know, I'm really kind of concerned that when these resolutions come up on the committee level or community level, that we pass them right off the bat without even understanding what it is. So I'm also concerned with some of my other colleagues who don't have any other questions about this, because again, these are things that need to be addressed. So when we have discussions on these things, everybody should have at least some input on it, no matter what. So to me, that's what I want to make sure is that we have a good understanding of this. Because again, I could say, you know, well, I was for it, but I didn't say nothing, you know, or I was against it, but I just said I didn't want to, you know, I don't want to get somebody upset. You know, I don't care. It's more what we're elected here to do, is make some decisions on it. So with this issue with land, I just want to make sure that it gets to the right people to make sure it gets dealt with fairly. So, and then of course dealing with the Antelope issue. So again, too, I'm touched by the youth part of it too. So again, we need to make some kind of direction for them also. So, but it was just my concern, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Go ahead. Call 15 minutes to clock.
Can we do a 15-minute break? Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Let's take 10 minutes break. Let's
Chairman.
recollect ourselves. Fremont, go ahead. We should deviate and let's honor our guest today. We have a Mr. Ethan Watson here and his family. I'm not sure which one. I'm pretty sure it's the buff one back there. So let's deviate for a little bit and let's recognize our guest today. So. Today we have a youth from, a student from White River High School. And And he's done something really special that a lot of people can't do, and there's very few of them. And so when we have state champions of any event, we need to honor them and make sure that they know they're appreciated as far as tribal council, and that we do value them as far as growing up and being able to be disciplined enough to win a state championship, and into their even into their collegiate level as far as their activities and their sport. But I got a little bio on Ethan Watson, and his family members are Bob and I don't know your name.
Fran.
Huh? Fran. And they're here to support him and you recognized by the tribal council. So Ethan Watson is a student athlete, graduate of White River High School, an enrolled in member of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, and is South Dakota shot put state champion. Ethan is one of a few native high school athletes to throw the shot put over 60 feet. He also has broken a long-lasting White River High School shot put record. Ethan is a National Honor Student, student athlete, and a recipient of college athletic scholarship from Dakota Wesleyan University. He will continue his education towards his degree in radiology, throwing for Dakota Wesleyan University track and field team, and working towards a national title. Ethan also has created a shot put award, which will be awarded to a high school student that has similar work ethic and upstanding character. This award is intended to motivate and give positive encouragement for our local tribal youth. So we don't have too many people that go off and come back and are state champions. So you can tell that he is a true champion because he's pretty buff today. So makes it look like his grandpa's a little bit smaller than him. Make him look skinny. So, but Ethan, do you want to tell him about your bid for the state champion? What it took to get there, and if you feel comfortable with it, do that. But
So just starting off, how I got into the shot put was a teacher who got me into it, and she said I was built for it. I got it through collegiate. I just got inspired by that, and I just wanted to pursue state championship because hasn't had a state championship in a while, and I just wanted to bring that to the school and show the school off, see what they can do. Going into the state championship, it was something. Coming from last year, third place to first place this year, it was a lot. It took a lot. It's a lot of discipline, a lot of motivation to be that state champion, be number one on top of the board. And I had goals, and I achieved all those goals. Being a 60-footer, being number one, and bringing home a state title. It took a lot of sacrifice, and it was worth it though. Just the experience of being a state champion was something to be awarded and honored and achieved.
For being well spoken too, Ethan, we don't have too many people that can get up and talk, and you're on TV as well. So everybody heard you. So, and it's really hard to get up and talk in front of a lot of people, especially in this environment. So thank you for saying a few words. Bob, you have a.
I'm a proud like sheep. Twins standing back there. And I wanted to thank all of you guys for taking your time out to give honor to my nephew here. Lakota, he's my son. He's the mother of my first cousin, Franny Radlingleaf Watson. She's the daughter of Leroy and Jesse Radlingleaf. Leroy used to be a councilman here. So, we are extremely proud of the accomplishment of this young man. And, to clarify what he was saying, there's only 3 people in the state of South Dakota, 3 high school students, to throw a shot put over 60 feet. 2 of them are from a large high school. And Ethan here threw over 60 feet from a little bitty high school in White River, South Dakota. I think altogether we have like 123 students in all the school there. And me and my wife, we go through town, and when everybody's done practicing and go home, we used to see Ethan standing out there by himself, throwing shot put around. That's how much dedication he went to throw this ball around. And if anybody knows what a shot put is, it's a round ball that's made of metal, and I don't think I could even lift one out. But he threw on 60 feet. So we're extremely proud of him, and I guess besides his athletic achievements, I think that what I'm really most excited for him and really proud of him is his academic excellence. He's one of the very few students to ever win a white letter from White River High School. So that degree is going to carry him in the future. That metal ball is the degree that he has. And this guy is a very intelligent, he's just like his uncle, he's really intelligent. Not only are we both muscular, but he's really intelligent. But I think that athletic achievement is going to carry him a long ways. And I'm excited to see what he's going to accomplish in the future. There's doors open for him to accomplish whatever he sets his mind to, he could do it. If you could see him throwing shot put around late at night, he could accomplish anything. So once again, I'd like to thank all of you guys for taking the time off from your busy schedule to honor my nephew here. And we're extremely proud of him. Head to a lot.
You wanna
Sure.
talk about how you taught him how to do all you did?
I am so proud of him. He's worked so hard. He started this 2 years ago. When a lot of the kids, they start in middle school and they accomplish, and you see the kids throughout the years, the same ones kind of going, and he kind of came out of nowhere. And so I'm really proud of him. He's made his own path. He's got a scholarship for his schooling by working hard with his track and field, shot put. And so his dedication to this sport, I mean, I can't say enough, because it's put him in a great position to succeed. And I think he just wanted to show a lot of this youth locally that it is possible. I mean, there's other sports, there's football, there's track and field. I mean, it is possible to make your way. And I think that's one of his main goals too, is to just prove to the youth that there's other sports and we can accomplish it. And we can compete with even the best of them in the state. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Fran. Well, Ethan to step up here, and we got a certificate of recognition, and that basically it says that Ethan Watson is recognized and awarded a certificate for all your accomplishments throughout your high school career. So I know there's a lot of things that you've done besides shot put, so that's why we put it that way. And you're an honor student, and you're a good student, and you're well spoken. So thank you, and we appreciate you. We really appreciate your accomplishments, and keep doing what you're doing. You're doing good. Okay. We'd like to award you with this start book. Okay. Do this.
And one thing I like to mention is he's a member of the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Thank you again. Congratulations. I get up. Lisa, go ahead.
I just want to congratulate you on all your accomplishments and wish you good luck as you go into college and that transition. And if you ever need anything from home, don't be afraid to ask. But I'd like to make a motion to give him a $500 council donation to help him with his.
What about Lick Sheet?
Got a motion on the floor by Lisa, second by Fremont. Question. Charles. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have nothing here? 9. This other one disappeared too. 9. Voting in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. So, motion carried.
Yeah.
This guy throw that little metal ball around. I didn't know. Sorry, it wants a good one.
Bob's, he's a champion. And the campers.
Yeah, you guys can start buying some shares. Congratulations.
Yeah, well, this-
Good luck to you.
Your check.
Oh, you guys are class Bs. Class B shareholders.
Works good. Thanks for bringing that up. Good job. Appreciate you.
Wow. Congratulations.
10 minutes.
UW.
Land issue, we had, Tuffy had his hand raised last time, so we'll let him say words and then we'll decide what we're gonna do with it.
Thank you, Chair. I think that a couple comments, but Animal, I believe has left, but I just wanted to point out that I made it a point to have Animal here at this meeting since we have been kind of neglected in several other meetings. So I wanted to make sure that so I have some kind of communication. It doesn't sound like it happened when it showed up. But I just wanted them to know, and I want this body to know that I made it a point that I wanted Animal here for this. And the second thing, Mr. Gray's comments, I don't think we should be quiet and just let people make comments, leave the room, and they're there. TLE let entities and communities buy shares, but they didn't have, and they still don't have a category where those shares fit into. And I've been here and talked about this already before. I talked about it at the National Committee meeting. Last December, at the shareholders meeting, then they basically, it was a conflict. So the president of the board made the arbitrary decisions that communities and charter entities couldn't vote those shares. Whereas in previously, they had been in shares, had an opinion from their attorney. And so they classified community and charter entity shares as Class B shares. Now, Class B shares, according to the TLE manual, are for non-member Indians. That's where they put community shares in. Now for me, that's a big deal.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, Mr. Lindeman, but I'd really like to just focus on this topic at hand.
But it was allowed in the discussion, so I'm saying that I don't think we should be here with some misinformation.
We have a TLE meeting later today that we can discuss those at too.
Well, I'm saying it was brought here to go in this discussion, so it should be, you know, everybody here is not on that TLE board, everybody here doesn't go to TLE meetings either. So all I'm saying is that's what the way it is. So over here it's saying communities should buy shares. They've already refunded communities their money for the shares that they had. And we shouldn't let these kind of comments come into this section and then just leave them. It's misinformation. So thank you.
Okay, council, I'm gonna make a ruling. Creating a lot of confusion. I really don't think that we should have approved the resolution. And I think it was misleading when it was presented. For that reason and for it to go through the right process, to have both entities involved if they still want to proceed with it. For the record, I'm gonna rule the motion to approve 2023-197 out of order. And for it to go back to the process, do not a natural. That is my ruling. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Okay, so I'll be honest with you, it's not a conflict of interest. You know, I know we have strong feelings with what we do. It goes back to that pride that we have for our community. Regardless of what we do, it's still gonna go back to land and natural. It's still gonna go back, regardless of what decision we make, whether we table it or whether we rescind rule it out of order. It's still gonna go back to land and natural because we still haven't found a middle ground to make sure that we're all on the same page, you know? And I think that you should share the email that you were given, you know, the whole history behind it versus to why you're bringing this up, you know, the opinions that you asked for and the.
I did, and it was confidential communications. I did get opinion, legal opinion, from our Attorney General based on the confusion that it's been causing. And it's gonna keep going back and forth, no matter what we do. And like I said, you know, I'm not trying to take sides, but I'm trying to be the mediator as far as what we should do to move forward with it. And if we keep doing this, it's not gonna get resolved. So I think it's in the best interest based off the opinion I got from our Attorney General that this can be ruled out of order because it hasn't been through the right process. And it's creating so much confusion. I think that's the best thing to do. Okay. We move on. And thank you, SGU, for coming in today. You want to go around and shake hands? Thank you.
So let's come back to line actually rule out of order to start from there, right? Yeah.
Waiting to see happy birthday to wait, go.
Thanks for yesterday's meeting.
Mr. President.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion too to have Ted and his team come down to be present at that meeting, as well as Antelope, Tieli, all the same people that we have in the past come again. And we'll take the whole day if we have to, or a few days, but we're gonna, No, to Land and Natural, because this is where it's gonna have to go back to.
What's gonna go back to Land and Natural?
This whole conversation, trying to find a middle ground.
Go back to Land and Natural because that got rescinded, so now we're just back to the beginning. There's
Yeah,
no
so-
action. I know, but there's no action to take back to Land and Natural. once-
Then we start the process of it. We start the process of understand, okay.
I'm just asking for clarification because you said there's gonna be a meeting and I don't understand.
Let's move on. We have our nursing home here to give a presentation. We have our casino report. We have our gaming office that needs to give a report. And we have a few resolutions that are time sensitive, so we need to move on and you guys want to go with casino report, or do you want to do the nursing home first?
Casino.
Casino? Okay, we have the casino manager come up, please.
Good afternoon. I'm going to go receive financial information, so I'd like to go to executive.
Okay. There's a request to go in executive session, so, Ben?
I got a question on that too, because again, I know that was brought up before too, so, I guess for me, you know, for casino finances, I believe we have ARPA finances that we distribute also too. So this shouldn't be, as long as no names are being entered here, we should not be able to go off the air on this. This was done by the previous acting manager, so I believe that shouldn't be followed. If you want to change things, then that should be changed right off the bat. Don't go into don't go off the air, because people have a right to know what's going on out there. So that's just my concern on it. So I was going to bring it up, you know, I'm not
arguing, I'm just through my experiences. Every time we discuss finances, ever to a council, it's always going to executive. I'm not talking about ARPA, I'm talking about.
No, this ain't, I understand where you're coming from. I'm just coming, I know where you're coming from, but it seems like you're following what the other person is telling you, you
I
know,
have no idea what it is. I'm just going off my experience.
But again, somebody told you to go off the air, I think is what it is. I do not think that we should be going off air no matter what. That's my deal.
I don't mind anyone, but I'm just following
Yeah,
what
but
I've years of
that's
experience.
just what I'm concerned about, just so that you know. So it's not the same thing going over here. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Emily, do you have a question,
Did you
comment?
need a motion to deviate from the agenda or are we just jumping around?
We're kind of going back and forth. I asked the council if you wanted to do the
Oh, sorry, I must have missed that. I thought we were following the
nursing home.
agenda. Thank you.
They wanted to hear casino first, so.
Okay, so no point of having an agenda.
Well, let's we need another break. I mean, it's my last meeting and I'm not trying to dictate how we're supposed to, but that's my job. It's my job is to run the meetings and I'm asking your guys is if you want to do stuff first. That's what happens when we don't have, meetings. We group everything together. We try to get everything done at the same time. And,
I was just asking questions because it's not the agenda. Thank you.
okay, well, I don't like your comment that you said, so basically I shouldn't have said, you shouldn't have said that
Which one?
about not having an agenda.
Both of you guys just calm down, all right? Let's take a 10. Just take a 10.
Let's do it.
People are waiting all morning because of our
People have
disorganization.
been waiting all month.
Let's just go off the air.
Point of order.
Well, we usually go off the
I have nothing against offer or any other people that want to do it either, but it's just the fact that we didn't do it, you know? And I think that, last year gave us an opportunity, a little platform just to share who we are and all this and that, so I don't think it was fair that we didn't get a chance to have them during the general, but for the primary, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to have legislative affairs move forward if they got a candidate for them.
There's a motion on the floor for legislative affairs to set up a candidate forum.
Yeah.
Second by Micah, question by.
I just have a question.
What, Emily?
I guess I just am a little confused on why it didn't already happen, because there was already action taken to give that responsibility to them, and I think that's what caused the misinformation between Offer and them, because Offer was planning on doing it, but they needed a little bit of funding, and there was a discussion and a motion, I don't know if it was made at council or at one of the committees to give that to them, so I guess I'm just curious as why that already happened and it didn't happen in time.
I'm not sure.
And like,
The Offer does it and
Yeah.
they do a good job, you know, but, I just, for some reason, the communication wasn't there. I'm not making excuses for anybody,
Because
but,
somebody said that they were
Yeah.
gonna give it to somebody else.
yeah, and I mean, I'm all for offer too. Like, we can find ways to support both of them. The more the merrier, the more opportunities our candidates have to speak. I think that's what we truly need, are people to have the opportunity to know who they're going to vote for, or who they want to, you know, just the opportunity to share their words with the people. And so, like, I'll amend my motion to have offer in there too. You know, just, we'll find an avenue for both of them to, you know, do it, you know?
okay. We have a second. Micah, you agree with that? Okay, we need a question. Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Okay, we have, nursing home next. Brandy, are you presenting today?
Yeah.
Is it okay if we stay on the air?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're doing a presentation on our new facility. And I just wanted to inform, since we haven't come, we took it to health board. This was a while back, but we've had a lot of progress in building a new facility. So I just wanted the architects and our construction, they have a presentation ready for you guys. So I'm gonna have, it's probably Ian.
Ian, are you ready to, share your plans?
Hi, Brandy. Hi, everyone. Yes, I am able to share my screen.
Came on a little loud. Uh-oh.
That's his screen.
All right, is everybody able to see the screen?
Yes, yes.
All right, well, perfect. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, council. Thank you for inviting us to share progress on the tribal nursing home in White River. I'll pause for a moment just to maybe introduce myself and introduce the team. My name's Ian Simonson. I'm a principal with LSE Architects. Quinn Scott, president and principal architect at LSE, is also on the call today. And I know we also have Mario from Wrangell Construction on the call as well. And I just wanted to say thank you to Brandy and Jared and the team. We've had a lot of progress over the last few months on the project. And again, just I think we can start off with, I'll give a brief introduction to the project, and then we also have a video animation, a fly around to show of the site and of the proposed building. So we're excited to present. Again, as mentioned, we've been working on this much needed tribal nursing home, a 50-bed nursing home in White River, located on the existing site of the nursing home, which is in pretty bad condition. So this is a great opportunity to share with you the progress on the design. So maybe I'll see if I can start off with actually sharing the video animation. If everybody can see the screen, I'll press play here.
So right now with our nursing home that we have, we do have a 52 bed facility, but this will be a 50. But each one of our rooms, it's two residents in each, two occupancies in each room. The new facility, each one of the residents will have their own room, but they may have to share some bathrooms. So that'll be really nice we have a lot of conflict. I mean, who wants to be, an elder and have to share a room? But that's just the way that the facility was made years ago, and that's just what we've had to, the way that they made nursing homes a long time ago. With the new facility though, they'll be able to have their own room and some of their own privacy. They'll have a lot more space to put new, like their things coming from home, because most of them have to come into this small little cubicle after you've lived your life how many years, and then everything that you owned, everything that you have to share it in this small little cubicle. So it's like to have the new facility, the residents are really excited about it, to be able to not have to share, maybe share a bathroom, but not have to share a room, so.
Thanks, Brandy. Great segue into the presentation. So the presentation will share the working documents, the design, some of the exterior imagery and the plans of the project. And in our presentations, we always like to start out with a big picture, just an understanding and research into the context and the location of the project. And the town, the city of White River itself. And so, we've been to the site. We've got a great understanding of the existing conditions of the existing facility. And we're really excited for the opportunity to be part of this new facility that'll really be of benefit to the community and the tribal elders. And so some of these images, you can just see the existing context. So the middle image there is an aerial view of the existing site. The new, an overall aerial view, so you can see the site located in the northeast corner of White River, which is the existing facility site. This is just kind of a big breakdown of the project program. So all of the spaces within the building, it's about a 36,000 square foot facility. Again, as Brandy mentioned, 50 beds. And then this is this existing site itself. You can see the existing building is kind of the T-shaped building. And then the hatch pattern in blue is the proposed new facility that'll be built while the existing facility is still occupied and in operation. This is a rendered site plan showing the new facility. You may be able to see in a very light gray dashed line the footprint of the existing facility. But the new facility will have a new kind of driveway and drive lane coming off of Brock Avenue, 8th Street to the south. We'll have a new kind of a grand entry porte cochere, covered porte cochere for a covered space while folks enter the building. Some surface parking, a stormwater retention pond, and then some outdoor space as well that would include a gazebo, and then some outdoor patio space. You can see where it's labeled trellis on both the north and the south wings of the building. Some great views both to the north and especially to the east. So you can see an outdoor dining space to the east that would have fantastic views in that direction. Jumping into the floor plans a little bit, I know there's a lot of words and stuff, but we've tried to highlight kind of some of the main program spaces within the facility. So you can see right at the front, you can see the main entry. Main entry, you come into a lobby that you'll be able to see all the way through, a nice glass wall facing east with a dining area and outdoor patio. Space for ceremonial room, and then administrative offices, activities room, There will be 2 nursing stations located in the facility, 1 on each wing. So 1 on the north wing and 1 on the south wing. And then you can see the residents would occupy both the north and the south wings in both semi-private shared bedrooms and also private bedrooms. This is just a breakout of some of the spaces. So this here is the, I'll call it the common areas. As you walk into the building, you can see the main lobby, the dining space with access to an outdoor patio facing east, ceremonial room, kitchen space, the directors and administrative offices, a staff lounge, a barber shop, beauty shop, and some of the support amenities such as laundry within the building. And then this is a zoomed in view of the residential wings. So you can see the residential wings, the one on the top is the north wing. So you can see a mix of the semi-private and private residential units. You can see a theater area. We've got space for mechanical and shop maintenance. Some of this, again, the building support needed. A nursing station that would have visibility down all the way down the corridors, and then activity space as well. And then you can see on the far west side of both of the wings, there's an opportunity for a covered outdoor space for the residents to gather and relax. This is a view of the units themselves. So you can see that A1 unit is a shared semi-private unit. And then the B units, B1 and B2, are private units. Both, all of the units will have their own restroom and shower facilities and accommodations for the nursing home. Some exterior views. So again, we are in the design development phase, meaning we're probably about 60 to 65% complete with construction documents. And so this is the development where we're at. So this is a view towards the main entry from the parking lot with the covered porte cochere. An aerial view of that main entry. This is the south wing, you can see, with the covered outdoor trellis area. And then the eastern patio space that would be directly off the dining area. Again, an aerial view. This is looking northwest, so you can see the east face of the building, as well as the parking area, the gazebo in the kind of in the background area there. And then just another aerial view to give some context from the front. Some of the exterior materials that we're looking at revolves around a warm, neutral material palette that really fits, we feel fits into the context in the community quite well. So some exterior stone, some fiber cement panel that really bring forward a warmth and an inviting atmosphere as you walk into the building. We're looking at a couple different interior design schemes. One of them we call the Warm Earth Palette, and the other we call the Calm Nature Palette. We're really working with Brandy and the team right now to kind of hone in on some of the fun aspects of the interior design. And so here we're looking at, flooring materials. We're looking at some wood paneling, materials that are really, durable, affordable, and, easily cleanable for the space. Overall, we're looking the interior to be really a beautiful composition, that provides residents and elders and staff, a beautiful, comfortable, and cultural space to live and to work. And so that's the end of the presentation, but we are certainly eager for your support, any questions you may have, and looking forward to this, what will be a fantastic project for the community.
Hey,
Thanks, Ian. Brandy, do you mind if I take some time to go over the schedule outlook and construction sequencing of the project if the council members don't have any questions for Ian?
any questions for Ian?
What's, are you guys gonna utilize the the artesian well?
It's in the plans, yep. It is in the plans.
You gonna provide some saunas there too or no?
No saunas. We do have a spa. That's what they call the big bathtubs that the residents get in, and they actually have a whirlpool, but they are considered spas. Those are pretty spendy and pretty expensive because usually they have a lift that you can put a resident in and put them inside of the bath. So kind of like a spa. And then Mario, he's the one working on our construction.
I'll turn my video on here. Hello, everybody. Council members, chairman, thank you for the time. Thanks for inviting us today, Brandy. So I'll share my screen here. Let's see. Hopefully everybody can see. This is a map. Can you see that okay? Yes, okay. So this is a timeline for the project. So yes, sorry, I'll introduce myself a little bit. I'm Mario Rangel with Rangel Construction. And we've been working for about 4 years now with Brandy and with LSC. We've been hired, looked at as the design builder for the project, and that relationship works very well to create relationship with those who are going to use the facility, those who are building the facility, and those who are designing the facility. And so it's been great interaction so far. And so this is the schedule that I've developed. You can see that beginning this year, around January, we've been working through the schematic design. And through the first half of the year, and then we worked into design development, which is where we're currently at, and pushing for design, final design, to be in September if we can keep progressing. And what we do along that path is help assist in estimating the construction costs for the project as the design develops, and kind of assist in holding the reins, if you will, to make sure that our construction budget is maintained and we're getting the nicest facility possible for those who will live there. And so our goal is to have be able to have the documents from Ian and his team in September, latter September, for us to develop the firm cost of construction for the project. And then we've got, so line 5 there, project financing. That's the sale of the bonds to fund the project. We are anticipating about a 2-month time frame for that. And our goal is to be able to achieve the project financing and execute contracts and subcontracts before the year is up, which will help us to avoid what we have on line 7, which are material cost increases. And then through the cold months of this coming winter, we would use that time to do all of the shop drawings and engineering for all the materials for the project and get them ordered so that ground could be broken in May of next year. And then we anticipate a 2-year and 2-month construction time frame, because we will have to do the project in phases. We've worked hard with LSC and Brandy to fit the new building on the existing site and to be able to construct the new building with the existing building in operation. So this is just, I'll switch pages here to this phasing diagram. And this is just kind of a simple overview of how we're seeing this project coming together. You can see the new in the blue, light blue and the green. And so the strategy there is to construct about 60% of the building, 60 to 70% in this light blue area, while maintaining the existing building. And then we actually have this second phase of the building. So those are the two parts of the building, but we would actually have to do, so phase 3, this is kind of confusing, phase 3 would actually be done before phase 2 of the building. So our goal would be to move the residents into phase 1 area and then do the site demolition of the existing buildings so that phase 2 of the building can happen and the rest of the site construction can take place. So that slows down our construction just slightly, and that's what you can see reflected in this master timeline. But it is a long process, so a couple of years, and so there's an eagerness on our side to continue this process, keep moving forward, because as you all know, every year our construction costs are rising. And so when we aren't able to execute our contracts and purchase orders, we have to roll into the next year and experience more cost increases with also looking at over a 2-year construction time frame. So I just thought I'd share that with you and thought that would be enlightening as you guys make important decisions on this facility. And definitely open to any questions you may have for us.
Any questions for Mario? Now we can move on. Red, Randy?
I don't think we have anybody else that's going to talk up here unless, Quinn, did you want to say anything?
Oh, hi, Brandy. Yeah, this is Quinn. Sorry, I'm trying to get my video started. Anyways, we've been working on this project with Mario and team for, as he said, about 4 years, looking at various options on the site and, trying to get something established that works well with Brandy and Ron's operation there and, being respectful of the tribal elders. And I think it's a project. I don't know, Jared, you were going to mention a little bit about maybe on the financial side, because the question is how do you fund the project? But I know Ron's been talking with Brandy and Jared on that, and so we think we've been reducing it and trying to make it as efficient as we can, and know how important this is to your tribal elders and the ongoing need there in White River. So we appreciate the opportunity to present to council, Mr. Chairman, council members, and again, look forward to moving this project forward. And I'm here to help answer questions along with Ian and our team. Thanks, Brandy. Hi, Jared.
Hi, Quinn. Good morning, council, or good afternoon, council. I can talk a little bit about the funding and kind of the way that we have things set up with the facility currently as well. And Mario had mentioned like a 2-month period for selling the bonds. And so our recommendation would be to work with D.A. Davidson, and they would be the ones that would go out and sell the bonds. They've been very successful in doing that for Ogallala, Sioux, Lakota nursing facility. And they also added a memory care unit that they bonded with D.A. Davidson. D.A. Davidson just recently did the bonding for the Flandreau facility as well. And so they understand this process. They understand that we are under the 638 agreement. And so by being there, we get an enhanced Medicaid rate. And that's how we're able to fully fund this project and all the other projects that we've done for other tribal facilities as well. And so we've already communicated with the Medicaid office and reimbursement through the state of South Dakota and let them know that we are exploring a new facility at White River. They're very supportive of this endeavor. And as we get that overall cost, once Mario gets, the guarantee maximum price, then we would work with Casey Peterson to put together a budget that we would then work with the state to set a rate for each resident. And the benefit here is we already have residents in a facility. So once the new facility was built, those residents would then just be able to move right into there. So we would be able to generate that revenue quickly. Day one, it would start. And so, you know, they've been really good. The state's been really good to work with us on setting those rates. And so, you know, we're excited to continue those talks and look forward to working with this project and having a beautiful facility for the tribal elders. Are there any questions?
Update about how long I've been working on the project, how long Ron's been working. How when I first came into the facility, we were working on getting those enhanced rates. They weren't at a point that we were being able to self-sustain ourselves. Now that we do have those enhanced rates, we do get reimbursed a lot more than some of Flandreau and Cheyenne River in South Dakota are the only two other facilities that get more than our facility. But they're both, Flandreau is a brand new facility, so their enhanced rates are a lot more because they're making their mortgage payment for their new facility. Cheyenne River is also, they finally, I think this last couple of years, have been up and able to take every resident, but they're still paying for parts of getting their nursing home started, so their enhanced rates are a little bit more. When I first started, and there, I think Ron and his management group were there a couple years before I started, and I started in 2016 as the administrator. And they had to have been there in 2014. When I came on, we still had a large amount of unpaid bills that hadn't been paid for a really long time. I know at that point, for that first couple years, I was coming and trying to ask the tribe for money so we could get some of those bills paid. We have had all of those bills paid in the last probably 4 years. So we actually, I've worked at the nursing home in White River for about 19 years now. I remember at a time when we didn't get those enhanced rates where we weren't able to even raise our employee wages. We were really tight on money where we didn't get to buy a new lift if we needed to. We had a hard time buying supplies. Now we're able to, if we need a new lift, we're able to purchase that. If we need supplies for the residents, we're able to purchase those. I mean, we're doing quite well now compared to what we were before. Our only problem is our facility was built in 1976. So it'll be 48 years old. So with a 48-year-old building, we are starting to fill the need of a new facility. This last year, we had a call light system. I don't know if you guys know what a call light system, but when the residents need assistance, they pull the light and the light goes off, and that way somebody can come and assist them. It went out. It had worked for 47 years without any problems. The facility ended up having to buy a new call light system, and it was around $40,000. But it's something that we had to have. It took us a few months to get one put in, but it is something that we're required to have. All of our fire safety system is been so old. We did have some problems this last winter when we had that Arctic week where it was so cold. We had a sprinkler system right in the back, and it caused a lot of damage. And our fire system, it took us about 4 months to get it fixed. We had to do safety checks around the facility. We had to check on residents more, and it caused employees and residents more stress than that they needed. But we couldn't find the parts for it because it's so obsolete. It took us a long time to get the parts. We had to order them, and then it took a long time for them to get them ordered, and then we slowly got it fixed. But the foundation in the facility is slowly it's shifted. So it's like there's the plumbing, the electrical. Facility wasn't made for all of our electronics that we have nowadays. We don't have as many plugins in the resident rooms that we need. So these are crucial for our residents to have safety and to have a home that they deserve. So it's just crucial on us getting a new facility, and the faster we can get it up and going, the better it'll be for our residents. Eventually, if we continue to not be able to put up our new facility, we're going to end up having to close. So for us to have to close, we would have to find different homes for every resident that lives in our facility right now. That's 33 residents, 34 to date, because we did an admission. 34 residents that we're going to send all over the state. So when we send them all over the state, that means that wherever they go, they're a resident in that new facility. We open up a new facility eventually, that doesn't mean that we're going to get those residents back. We open up a new facility, we're going to start with a whole new process. And it's going to take a year, 2 years for us to completely open where we could have at least 30, 35, 50 residents. Because it's a slow process through the state. Do you guys have any questions with that?
Ben, go ahead, then Ben.
On your capacity, that was going to be in 50 units. And on average, like today, how many people stay there?
We fluctuate anywhere from, there's times where we might go down to like 32, but it more stays at 35 to about 39 residents.
So the payments for this building kind of depend on how many people you have?
Yeah, it would depend on how many residents we have and what. So since I've been there for 6 years, I've been the administrator, we've always stayed from 32 to 39. We've never, so as soon as, and Evie can kind of answer to that too, when we get to a certain point where we're at like 32 residents, 30 residents, because there's been a couple times where, I mean, we can't, we had quite a few residents that, and we would love to see them go home. Or live on their own or get their own apartment, and we're glad that we can get them to that point. But we did have like 6 residents that wanted to leave during the summertime. So that kind of takes a little toll on us. But as soon as we get at that like 32, then we talk about, okay, we need to get residents. So we start calling different facilities. We try to advocate, try to see what we can do about taking other residents. So we've always been really good. We have a really good team. Evie's the director of nursing, and we have social services, and we have other nurses, and we just advocate for our facility to have residents come back.
Ben, do you have a question?
Oh, she asked.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for Brandy? Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a little question, not so much on the presentation. I really appreciated all the extra. It's great to see all that, but my question was for council or maybe for the officers. I know at the last time that this brought up, there was an issue with the language in the resolution, and so I'm more curious if we have addressed the language that was an issue or how we're going to move forward with that today, because I think we've spent a lot of time, I think, delaying on this, and so I
think what happened was we had some community reps that wanted to go back and kind of talk about it with their their, community and come back with and then maybe take some action on it. I don't know if that happened or not. And yes, there's language in there that basically gives a waiver of limited sovereign immunity, which is very, I guess we do that nowadays with any kind of money that we're gonna borrow to be able to build a project or any kind of monies that it's kind of common now for us to do that. It's just limited to that project itself. It's not limited to anything else, any type of land attached
Anything
to
with the
it.
nursing home. I just have a little question.
Okay, go ahead.
Regarding that, since then, we've had a few other projects that have moved forward, and it seemed like we had some similar language in there that maybe not have said limited sovereign immunity or waiver, limited, whatever that phrase is, but after reading it, that's kind of the same impression that I thought, and so I'm wondering if we can utilize that language that was in that other one or whatever passed recently, to establish that, because I think it was pretty straightforward, like if a issue arises, they're gonna go to a court of competent, or I can't remember the language, but it was something that was similar to a limited waiver of sovereign immunity, but it didn't say that. So I'm wondering if that has been a discussion or if this can help move that forward since it did that for the other projects.
The finance guy, I think Wayne might have some comments on that. I don't know if he went back to the drawing board as far as First Interstate. That's the person that's going to finance 3 of our projects. We have the nursing home, we have the Justice Center, and we have those homes that were being built. They're also going to be paid back out of income for nursing home. They'll be paying that back. And it's just limited to the building itself. If we ever were to default on some loan, I don't think we would ever would do that, but it would just be limited to the building. So they probably would foreclose on the building. Same with the Justice Center. It's just on the building and the fixtures. So, and the houses, you know, I don't think we have to worry about that because the BIE and the BIA is also going to be paying that back to the 105L leasing program that they have. Go ahead, Wayne.
The tribal council passed the resolution regarding dynamic homes here a few weeks ago. But the contract that Dynamic Homes sent for signature, for Scott's signature, doesn't align with the resolution. Because the resolution talks about mediation, doesn't allow for arbitration or enforcement. Dynamic Homes contract specifically requires arbitration and enforcement. So that resolution has to be brought back to the council if the council wants to sign that contract with Dynamic Homes.
So it didn't fix that issue then?
Fix it. But the language that's in the Dynamic Homes agreement, which you guys haven't approved yet, I sent to Mr. Ross and to First Interstate Bank, asked them if that was adequate. I have not heard back yet. Mr. Ross is on the line, so maybe he can answer that. That's as far as I've gotten.
So it may be possible for this one, but it didn't work for Dynamic Homes?
All I'm saying is that the resolution tribal council passed, it did waive sovereign immunity, but only said for mediation. The agreement that Dynamic Homes sent that they're going to sign says that mediation will not work. They need to have arbitration and enforcement. The language is different than what was proposed in the nursing home. So I took that language from the agreement and Homes and I sent it to Mr. Ross and I sent it to First Interstate Bank to see if they would be agreeable to it. I have not heard back yet, so Mr. Ross is on the line, so I'm not sure if he had a chance to review it, but that's as far as I've gotten.
Ron, do you have any comments on that language that the treasurer was referring to?
Yes, I do. I took a look at it and I think that is fine. So if we could get the same language in our resolution, I think that we would be fine to go with it.
Has council seen that updated language yet?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
you guys want to see it. See that the big issue last time was the waiver of sovereignty. The council did not want to do it, period. But then when it comes to the dynamic homes agreement, council did pass a resolution waiving their sovereign immunities, but it was only for mediation. It did not address arbitration or enforcement. Dynamic homes would not sign an agreement unless it contained arbitration and enforcement. The agreement that the resolution that was presented with the nursing home required a limited waiver of sovereign immunity, and it said that in the event of a default, that there would be arbitration, and whatever the decision of the arbitration board then would be enforced through a court jurisdiction. And then the dynamic homes agreement says that there will be arbitration. Whatever is decided in arbitration will be enforced in either tribal court or court of competent jurisdiction. It says or. That's the only differences in the two.
Go ahead, Emily.
Just to follow up on that, I thought we discussed that if it did have to go to another court, it would be a federal court, not a state court. Was that also in that language?
The language in both instances says court of competent jurisdiction. So it says.
So that could be the state of South Dakota, or who determines that?
That would be argued. Most cases, the best case scenario is that if it's filed in federal court, the federal court accepts it, and that's over. If the federal court does not accept it, then it becomes an argument for tribal court.
Okay, is there any more questions for me?
There is a section in our law and order code that addresses waiver of sovereign immunity, and it says that the only way that it can be done is specifically by tribal council resolution. It has to be specific.
Go ahead, Emily.
Is there a way to develop some policy that can kind of establish that what you said, that gives us that approval, but kind of establishes some guidelines within that? Because if I feel like these are going to be more and more, so the more we do business, the more we start flexing our sovereignty, we're probably going to have more business-like contracts or whatever they're called. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we can use this as a learning experience and draft some guidelines so that when things come up, there's kind of like a, I don't know, a checkbox, or I don't know how it's going to work, but.
I know I explained last time, and I'm not sure if I could explain it enough. In this day and age, this waiver of sovereign immunity is something that we do on a weekly basis. Every time we hire a contractor, whether it's a lawyer, doctor, contractor, any kind of a contractor, that language is in there. The language says that in the event the Rosebud Sioux tribe does not honor their agreement, and the contractor wants the right to be able to take them to court to enforce the agreement. And that's what the waiver is. Every time we lease a copying machine, most of them us lease through the folks in Apple City. It took us 3 or 4 years for us to negotiate with one where we took off state language. But we sign those every week because our programs need copiers replaced every week. So it's done every week. So it's not something that we don't do, something that when we do, we want to be very careful on what it is we're allowing them to take into account. In the case of the nursing home, the tribe has said we're not putting anything up as collateral other than the nursing home. So if we're ever in default, one of the worst possible thing would happen is the lender would come in and take over the nursing home. They would manage a nursing home. That's the worst thing that could happen. In the case of the Justice Center, and those other homes, we don't have to put any collateral up. It's called, something in abeyance. There's no mortgage signed, there's nothing filed in court, anything, unless there's a default. Default, we have 60 days to cure it. If we don't cure it, in the 60 days, we have to tell it and see how we're gonna pay the loan. That's as simple as I can make it. The big decision you guys have to make here is, one, do you want a new nursing home? If you want that new nursing home, then give us marching orders on what you will and not do as far as waiver of sovereign immunity. But you're gonna have to waive that sovereign immunity because no one's gonna loan you $19 million if they can't protect their interests.
I think there's a lot of confusion when we talk about waiver of sovereign immunity. We need to really be sure that we say it's a limited waiver, because it's a whole different thing of doing a giving up full sovereign immunity. So when we talk about this stuff, we're the public, that it's a limited to the project itself or to what you're borrowing the money for. And I think it was explained very well by Wayne. I just don't think that we can do any business, borrow any money, to be able to do any other projects if we just don't. We have that common language that was talked about, and that all the people that we borrow from are wanted a limited waiver of sovereign immunity. They always have a little bit different language in it than the other ones. So we have that common language that we can agree on, that the council can agree on, and that's what we accept, and that's what they would negotiate as far as the money and the limited waiver.
There's a lot of confusion, a lot of protection for sovereignty. So maybe like we could have Eric or attorneys draft this language so that it gives the comfort of the lender that he has a ability to protect his interest, but doesn't mention sovereign immunity. And maybe it just says that you just call it a dispute resolution or some other simple language, and then get into how that's going to be worked out. If that's something that would make you more comfortable, I think that the words could be changed, but the basic things could remain the same. No one's going to provide any services here or give us any money if they can't protect their interests.
Okay, it's kind of what the nursing home is here today to give you what actually they have a timeline of all this construction. Like any other project, prices go up, things go up, so the prices can change. So as far as the schedule of getting this going, the groundbreaking and getting this built is pretty much set, isn't it?
Yes,
Schedule
right now.
So
We were originally trying to push to have our groundbreaking in September. Now it's moved to June, so.
And while we're discussing these, I just want to explain to you a little more about the mechanics of how these loans are working. With the nursing home, we're not going to go to a bank. We're not going to borrow money. Pay the bank back. What we're going to do is we're going to hire this investment company called David. They're going to go out. They're going to prepare bonds to be sold on the public market, pay for this. And then as the money is paid back, then the money is paid back to these guys that purchase these bonds. That's a normal way of financing large projects. The downfall with those is there's a lot of upfront work that has to be done, which these guys have already done. It requires to hire a bond counsel to issue a bond opinion so that they can rate these bonds. And how they rate these bonds will determine on what kind of interest you have to pay and who will buy them. These guys have done a lot of that work already, so they're ready to go and sell these bonds. On the other side with the Justice Center and there's other homes, on that one, we're going to have the bank called First Interstate Bank loan the money, but the money is going to be guaranteed, 80% guaranteed by the USDA, and then the money will be paid back through, it's called the 105L leasing program with the Department of Interior. So in both cases, it doesn't cost the tribe any money to pay these. With the nursing home, the nursing homes monthly payments will include what's called depreciation expense. Depreciation expense is the cost of that building. I'm not sure if it's going to be amortized over 20 years, 25, but whatever it's amortized over each month. That depreciation expense will be paid to the nursing home, which will be used to make the mortgage payments. With the Justice Center, each year, 90 days before the end of the fiscal year, we send a request to U.S. Treasury for our mortgage payments, and they send that out to us a year in advance. We're always paid a year in advance, like 105 lease. That's the mechanics of how these two loans will work.
Any more discussion? Lisa?
I think, on June 13th, the resolution that was going to start putting this together for the construction was tabled. And I think we need to move forward now. There's, that building is in really bad shape, and I don't know how we'll be through, a couple more years or if it's waited any longer, so. I would like to make a motion to reconsider and approve 2024-153 to include the updated language.
Any second? Wayne? Any more discussion? Michelle, any question? Question? All in favor?
1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting? Motion carried. Okay. Lonzo, you want the first room? Lonzo, somebody get the floor for Lonzo. Lonzo, is it in what we're talking about, or is it? Okay.
That's involved in thing that one of the things about the jurisdiction part, how many of them in our Indians? That's what the hardship was seeing our loved ones, how come it's not built on in their land and closer to the reservation? All going to go to see our loved ones, we have part-time kids way up there. That's part of their land, I'm from Farm League. I had to ask, you guys, what's been there for 50 years, kind of clear back. That was one of my issues, but I'm headed that way too. Every time, every month, in the kids for this second, so we end up, But so, I'm getting a place to go over there too, so I'm worrying about my welfare when I do go there. I'm up there in the past 73, so. Those are the issues that I'm wondering how many Indians there are. I wish it would go closer to the reservation. A lot of people that I knew that was in there don't go there. They take all your money. You don't have enough change to save money for your kid's birthday, your grandkid's birthday. And after what happened in the winter, nursing home, a bad incident up there, we're all kind of scared to go to the place. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Council. We have, some people still online. Linda Hanani was, wanting to say a few words before they got off. Linda, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, council. On behalf of the Board of Directors for the White River Nursing Home, I would like to thank you very much for approving this today. This is a long time coming, this nursing home. We've worked many years in trying to move this forward, and we are almost there. And I know that our elders from Rosebud are very excited, especially those that we house in the nursing home now. Because of the shape of the current nursing home, this is very important that we get this building completed. And I appreciate everybody that has been active in helping us work forward with this endeavor. I want to thank you again for taking this on. Even though I'm not there, I do come home about every other month, every 2 months, and I do stay active, especially with this nursing home. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Okay, so we need a break. I think we're done with our agenda, but we have some unfinished business. I think we have a resolution. Well, we do have a resolution here from White Buffalo Cap on grant proposal and a few other, all the other resolutions. We'll take a break. Come on, we get this file. Let's take half hour.
$100 as long as they have it in their budget.
A little bit there.
Yep.
Motion on the floor, or approve Rosebud Fair cash bonuses just for employees or programs.
Yeah, we go across the board.
Yeah, because we approved it at budget and finance.
Yeah.
You didn't, isn't it?
So we put it in the budget.
Oh,
It's not in the budget, it's in each program division.
Oh.
Second by Fremont. Question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. 2. Motion carries. Okay, let's take a half an hour break. I need a. Yeah, We are on land and natural.
Yes.
Committee, we have 4 resolutions for our land and natural.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
I thought Leanne was just here.
What do you got here?
no, TTP, lost it. Okay, so motion to approve resolution number 2024-177.
And need a second? Come on. Go ahead.
So that's the fourth whereas the RST Department of Game Fish and Park manages, administers, and controls all matters relating to the propagation, conservation, and management, distribution, transportation, storage, taking of fish and game, and enforces the criminal and civil provisions of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code, subject to legislative oversight and supervision of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resource Committee. And whereas the RST Department of Game Fish and Park recommends to the Land and Natural Resource Committee to approve non-member annual fishing price increased to $2, increase the fishing license fee to $32 for non-members. And whereas the Land and Natural Resource Committee recommends the resolution go on to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council for approval of the increases in fees for non-member annual fishing and corresponding fees. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council approves non-members annual fishing fee as presented by the Department of Natural Resources and Game Fish and Parks.
Hey, is there any questions or discussion? Question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 2. Motion carried.
Okay. Motion to approve resolution 24-178.
Need a second? Charles, go ahead.
I'll start at the fifth whereas. Whereas the RST Department of Game Fish and Park recommends to the Land and Natural Resource Committee to approve tribal member fee fishing to waive purchase of fishing license issued. I'm gonna restart that. Whereas the RST Game Fish and Park recommends to the Land and Natural Resource Committee to approve tribal members fee fishing to waive the purchase of fishing licenses issued and the fees associated for tribal members to increase the outdoor activity for the youth and the adults. And whereas the Land and Natural Resource Committee recommends that the resolution go forward to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council for approval of the tribal member fee fishing and corresponding fees to be removed. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves tribal members fee fishing as presented by the Department of Natural Resources and Game Fish and Parks. So pretty much just to waive the fee for tribal members for fishing, fish for free, so that we can invite more outdoor activities. It's free. Yeah.
Question by Michael. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 2. Motion carried.
Motion to approve resolution 24-179.
Need a second? Ben? Go ahead.
I don't. I think these are supposed to be connected. Yeah, these three of them are supposed to be stated together. There's a name on here, Joy. Can I?
You skipped it, man.
Okay. I'll start at the third whereas. In ordinance, accordance with Article 7, Section 4 of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, grant of exchange assignment of tribal lands may be reassigned by a member of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Whereas is assigned to Travel Exchange Assignments 166-B, described as lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, southwest, 1/4 northwest, 1/4 east half, and southeast 1/4 of section 31, township 97 north, range 36 west, 5th PM. Strip County, South Dakota, containing 359.33 acres, more or less. And whereas person requests to gift conveying travel exchange assignment 166-B to his cousin. Whereas the Rosebud Tribe Land and Natural Resource Committee has reviewed the request made by said person to gift convey travel exchange assignment 166-B to his cousin and recommends approval by the Rosebud Tribal Council. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Tribe Council approves and accepts the reassignment for said person, since gifts conveyance of 166-B to his cousin. And therefore be resolved that this grant of exchange assignment of tribal land be designated as tribal land exchange assignment 166-C. And therefore be it resolved that the President and Secretary of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe are hereby authorized to exercise the authority in completing this gift of conveyance of tribal exchange assignment 166-B to said person. And this is said person.
Any discussion?
Do you want to hand this back? It has
Yeah.
enrollment numbers and stuff on it.
So, Mike, you want to question that, or?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
My Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0. Motion carried.
Motion to approve resolution 24-180.
Need a second? Charles, go ahead. Chris?
I'll start at the 7th, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resource Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve RST Travel Ranch and Farm Enterprise Inc. Incorporated bid solicitations for a heavy-duty ranch work truck, and further recommend the quote summary of $36,000 for a 2011 Ram 350 Crew Cab. Ram 3500 Crew Cab from J&S Expense LLC for acquisitions as the most responsive bid. And therefore be it further resolved that the Rosebud RST Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendations of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land and Natural Resource Committee and approves the RST Tribal Ranch and Farm Enterprise Incorporated bid solicitation for a heavy-duty ranch work truck, and further approves the quote summary of $36,000 for a 2011 Ram 3500 Crew Cab from J&S Express LLC for acquisition as the most responsive bid. And be it also resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and his authorized delegate are authorized and directed to sign and execute any necessary documents for the purchase of the 2011 Ram 3500 Crew Cab from J&S Express LLC.
Any questions? Fremont, question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0. Motion carried. Go down to Personnel Committee. 0 for Personnel. Social Services, nothing there. Task Commission, nothing. Transportation Committee, 2 emergency legislations.
For emergency legislation.
Need a second. Lisa, question by Fremont. All in favor, bring it on as emergency.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11.
Oh, 0. Not voting. 0. What is the number again? 201, everything.
What are we doing? We got 2 of them here.
Motion to approve 201.
Motion to approve 201.
Yeah, need a second. Ben, go ahead, read it in.
Okay.
The one page.
ROW, the TTIP, I don't know what that means, but,
Let's just do the two-page one.
okay.
Okay, the fourth whereas the RST transportation program projects are funded through the direct funding agreement between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and the Federal Highway Administration under the current Federal Highway Infrastructure Bill. An authority is given to the RST transportation program and contracted engineer firms the permission to survey and delegate sanitary authority of right-of-way road on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for projects listed on the tribal propriety list and approved on the Tribal Transportation Improvement Program, TTIP. Whereas the duration of the right-of-way is to be perpetual and/or temporary during construction. And whereas any necessary right-of-way or temporary construction easements for transportation projects listed on the TTIP across Rosebud Sioux tribal land will be supported by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and granted by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas those permanent right-of-ways on BA routes are to be granted by the tribe with the Bureau of Indian Affairs as a receiving agency. Are for those permanent right-of-way on tribal routes are to be granted by the tribe with the tribe as the receiving agency and permanent right-of-way. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe on the temporary right-of-way. And whereas that pursuant to 25 CFR 169.101B, the Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby consents to the permission to survey across tribal lands and tribal interests in lands for agricultural or archaeological, environmental, geotechnical, hazmat, land surveys, and site observation purposes only. And whereas the RST Transportation Committee at a regular meeting on July 27, 2024, discussed the right-of-way and the motion was made by not voting. Therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby acknowledge the Tribal Transportation Committee recommendations, gives permission to survey across tribal lands and tribal interests in lands, acknowledges to waive any permanent and waive right to appraisal for right-of-way and temporary construction easements for all BIA and travel routes that are located within the exterior boundaries of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe trust lands. Now therefore be it resolved further that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby authorize the tribal president or his designee to sign any and all documents pertaining to the right-of-way.
Okay, there's, that whereas, referring to the Transportation Committee, I think we need to strike that, so, as amended.
As amended.
Is there any discussion or questions? Question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. The next one.
Motion for emergency legislation.
202, need a second?
Second.
Second by Lisa, question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve resolution 2024-202.
Need a second? Ben, go ahead.
Six whereas. Whereas a regular meeting on the date 2024, the RST Transportation Program brought before the Transportation Committee for a request for a 3-year approval to write for the Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund grant, in which match funding is not required. The grant funds are continual Federal Highway Administration funding, in which the tribe has been previously awarded funding for traffic safety improvement projects and plans. Whereas the Transportation Committee did discuss the request for 3-year approval to write for the Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund grant, and a motion by Tribal Council that the RST Transportation Program be granted approval for 3 years to write for the Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund grant, and every 3 years a new resolution is required. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby acknowledges the Transportation Committee recommendations for approval for the RST Transportation Program for 3 years to write for the Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund grant, and every 3 years a new resolution is required.
Question? Question by Micah. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? 0. 0 not voting. Motion carried.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council.
Yes, PLE, I think we done those. I think we did that last time we met. Yeah, we did.
We have, I believe I have last station.
What?
We have one more from.
One more from transportation? There was only 2 on my list, so.
Oh, was that?
Yeah.
Put it back in your pocket.
But then if I not 3.
You know, I think we're done,
Oh, but
so.
if I not still have 3 on there.
3.
That's already done. That stuff already went through, SRD.
All right, I think we're done. We need a motion to adjourn. Charles, second by Chris, question by Michelle. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? 0. 0 not voting. Motion carried. Hey, Terry.
Hey.